We should be live. Hello and welcome to everybody. I hope you're all having an absolutely great, awesome, lovely day. You could see us three wandering over the rocks there. The bush whisperer took a little bit of a slip on the rock, you might have noticed, as he jumbled over the flat patch there. They got us as little penguins running over the rock. I thought it was cute. Like, who doesn't love penguins? They're so cool. Got an absolutely awesome kickoff start crew as always here. And this is a topic, a group of topics, a related group of topics that are like close to all our hearts, I think. And we've got Cosmic here, who he got you first. So Cosmic's the Fae man. He's the channeling the Fae, working with them extensively for years now, developing a language with them under their instruction and a system of understanding cosmological, cosmogenical origins, the structure of the universe, the planes of existence, consciousness, how we operate. So he's our modern day. He's a modern day mystic, you could say, a John Dee, basically. Not using a crystal ball anymore because he doesn't need to use those anymore. He used those for a while. So we've also got Indy Sager. He works with people, helping them engage with their shadows. So he's a shadow worker on one level, also an occultist, very much embedded in shamanic understanding and lore, and deeply researched with the ancient histories, archaeology, anthropology, very close to his heart, something that inspired him probably first many years ago, something that he has made a lot of his life's research into. We're all very interested in the occult studies. I'm a shaman also with Western and Vedic background. So we've got like this awesome kickoff start here. And the topic, I think it's a great topic, the fractal nature of the chain of life. And namaste, dear Mexico. I hope you are happy and smiling. I meant to speak to you before the show, but I've got you here. Hope your day is rounding off beautifully. Hope you got yourself a cup of tea, maybe some popcorn. For the rest of you, welcome, namaste. Get your popcorn and tea ready. You might be needing them. So the discussion is the fractal nature of the chain of life. And we're going to be looking at, the secret spiritual hierarchies to the connection between human, animal, plant, mineral kingdoms, respectively. We shall be taking a deep dive into what I have termed in my BushWispererSpeaks series. There are two of them, 108 videos each, Chain of Life, or the Cosmic Chain of Life. And this is really quite a profound shamanic concept. Also, it's fundamental to understanding the cosmogenical and cosmological origins of the world. When we look at many of the traditions, it involves angels or deities, god beings, all part of some proverbial chain or structure, hierarchy. And so we're going to be looking at, what connects us to the Fae? What is ancestry? How is ancestors important? Are the laws of nature actually living beings? And why can we engage with the Fae and our ancestors and the laws of nature? This is fundamental to all of the occult magical practices, which has been sort of very focused for the last 3 or 4 shows, starting from the astral and the etheric planes through to, everything related to the magical practices, the high magic, the natural magic, as well as the dangers of certain forms of sorcery and consequences of magical practices and why we need to be prepared for them. And so this seems like the logical continuation of the story of magic and the occult. And obviously, you can't discuss any of this without really relating it to panpsychism, how fundamental panpsychism was to our ancestors, and how we're actually living in a world now where the physicists are going back to what seems a deranged form of panpsychism, but at least a form of panpsychism nonetheless. And what does this say about consciousness? And so this is really going to be, I think, quite an interesting conversation. As we know, wizards, shamans, sorcerers, witches, and magicians have been harnessing the potential inherent forces of this great cosmic chain of life for untold millennia. And it's the source of the Sidhi, as they're known in India, or the fundamental super spiritual powers that we all have access to. And it connects us to each other through this fundamental web of life. And this was intensively observed by the research scientist C.J. Jung, who was probably the psychoanalyst that did the most scientific research into these phenomena, into the unconscious. So, we're going to be looking to see what this actually has to say about energy. Is energy intelligent? What can we say about the very nature of energy and consciousness? So, without any further ado, without me blowing out all my breath, I'd love to give these gentlemen an opportunity to say a few words, please, gents. Say a few words.
Yeah. Thank you for the great introduction, as always. So with the Fae practice that I do, it's all about the concept of, I know some people are familiar and some people are not, Zerfaxes and Sarfaxes. And please, if people in the chat are confused by what these terms mean, I'll be more than happy to explain them, because I get it. It sounds, weird. But basically, it's the idea of looking at the universe as sort of consciousness, and then Zerfaxes and Zarfaxes are like spheres or sort of units of consciousness, units of experience that you do through different spheres. So I've been thinking lately about actual physical black space. And I'm thinking about, it's interesting that all the planets and stars are sort of shaped into spheres, that if enough mass of an object sort of formulates it gets to spheres. And that got me thinking, what if space is actually a fourth dimensional sphere that we're inside of? And that what we think of as black space is kind of like an infinite three-dimensional plane that exists in all directions. But maybe that black space is that we're enveloped by some kind of membrane. And that's, really interesting with Zarfaxology. But the idea of third dimensional spheres and fourth dimensional spheres, it's making me really think differently about nature and how the universe is structured, that maybe that, things are allocated in this spheroid type way, and exploring that. I'm sure other systems of occult have gone into that, but I'm going to pass it over to Indy. This will be an interesting topic today.
Yeah, this should be an awesome topic. I've been working on a project for an integration theory between quantum physics and particle physics and astrophysics. And what I've come to, which was kind of a eureka moment for me, is that all is one, and that the ether, which was kind of cast out by Einstein, is actually, to me, the fundamental substance of all things. In this work I've been doing, I show that matter may be bundled ether that's been bundled up from the Big Bang and has been gradually unraveling over time. And so as matter unravels through half-lives, casting off electrons, it emits light. And that light is like a string that goes up and moves along the curvatures of the celestial bodies and is swallowed up by a black hole, at which point that light is then drawn apart from a string into threads as dark energy that emit from the poles of the black hole and spread out to unravel into strands that are ether. That is the fabric of space that keeps everything at a distance and gives us the volume and space that we need for things to have their place. And without ether, things would arguably collapse into one point where they would all be contained. So, and my nakshatra is Rahu in Vedic astrology, which is my moon sign. And Rahu is the god of ether. He's represented by ether as his element. And so without ether, without Rahu, we would not have the differences in the spaces and the distances between us and between things and the stars that give us meaning. And the fractal nature of this theory is quite interesting, because it kind of shows that everything is one, and it kind of takes on different forms and returns back to itself. So I also have another theory that kind of relates to this as well, the mitochondrial hive mind theory, which I'm trying to change to a prokaryotic hive mind theory, because I believe that bacteria are the building blocks of life, and they can travel through space and the cosmos. And that although multicellular organisms cannot travel through space without a craft or a vessel, as far as we know, the bacteria are able to propagate life through the cosmos and then redevelop new flora and fauna as they arrive at different celestial bodies. So in a way, there's a lot going on there. And if people are finding merit to this theory, they would see that there's many different blossomings of the same block of life, which is interesting. And you see that you can take fractals and make different types of sets with them. You can make a Julia set or a Mandelbrot set, but it's the same nuts and bolts. So there's a lot of tie-ins here. I got a couple other things too I'm going to bring in later. And a language theory that I'm working on.
Lovely, brother. I like what you're saying about space, and welcome to everybody in the chat. It's an honor to have you guys with us. Thank you for coming. It's always lovely for the support. I hope you guys are going to love this conversation. It's very close to my heart. As you can see, it's very close to all our hearts. It's going to be hands-on, fingers in the spot. We're going to be touching all those ticklish points, I hope, today. Finding a way to really get into it. And I love where you started to look at the Zoom quit. I didn't even launch Zoom. Thank you for telling me the Zoom quit, but I didn't launch Zoom. Thank you. I'm not using Zoom. Yeah, so I think it's very interesting when we start to look at the ethers, and there are some really interesting sort of different documents here. I'm going to try and find this document and try and like drop it down so that we can really get an idea of what it is that we're looking at here. I think possibly the right thing to do with it is to rename it into COS 1. Let's call it COS 1, baby.
Yeah.
So obviously now that I've named it, it moves. So here's an interesting document that I saw being shared, and I don't know what to make of this.
Do tell. Let's see.
Well, they've changed it. They took it when I wasn't looking, and they did something else with it. It's basically, it's an image. It's a photograph. And the only solution is to download it again. And to click on it in downloads and see what we get. Now we get a real image. Isn't that funny? So yeah, and I think, you know, it might be interesting to really just look at this and to see what this sort of image is trying to tell us, because I think there's a lot being sort of shown to us here. I just don't know how to zoom into this, which is a little bit of an annoyance, but it is what it is. Basically, it's got to do with Rosicrucian ideas and the ideas of how potentially, you know, we could be looking at these concepts of cosmology from a different perspective. And it looks at the world as being an inside-out model. Now, the reason this appeals to me so much is because it aligns with my actual experiences when I drowned. I can't tell you how visceral the experience of the world being inside out is when you leave this world. When you're like, your body's, you know, drowned, and you're basically you're on your way out. And it's such a powerful experience to go like, oh, everything's the other way. That's interesting. And I was 3 years old, so I didn't have any top-loaded nonsense to conceive. And then when I came across occult knowledge that was talking about how everything's inverted, I started going, That's interesting. And then when I was in school and they taught me that the eyes turn the world right way up, I was like, wow, that's finally everything seems to add up with my actual experiences from when I was 3 years old. So when you talk about everything being inside the ether, it makes so much sense to me, because we like to think that this matters on the inside, right? And everything else is around it, instead of that this matter is inside something else, which is it's a slightly different way of looking at the world. And I think it makes so much sense. You know, from this Rosicrucian model, they speak about what gravity is. The world is inside out, and the sun is on the inside, and the crust is on the outside. And it's it's a bend of the thoughts, but we experience it inverted, right? In our actual transposition of reality. And so these are like Rosicrucian ideas, and that we are basically sitting with this concept of the ether being a centrifugal potential. And that centrifugal potential of everything radiating out from the center is what we experience as gravity. And it actually makes a lot of sense. If you think about it, everything's spinning like a chakra, like they say in the Vedic school of cosmology. And so the ether is what bonds everything together and pulls it towards each other, which is an electrical potential, right? And then the centrifugal potential is what pushes everything out away from each other. So we think of gravity as pulling towards each other, when maybe gravity is actually pushing away from a central point of space-time, which would be the ether, which is quite an interesting concept, because it relates to the Rosicrucian idea that God is pressure and that everything is being pushed out pressure-wise. And so if we consider the pressure model of matter, you've got these dimensional forces pushing towards the center. So I think there's so much we're going to unpack with those ideas, dear brother Indy, when we're looking at the sort of cosmological sort of potentials and perspectives on the nature of reality itself. Now, I think possibly a good place to start, I don't know what you guys think, unless you guys have somewhere specific you want to crank into the round with, where would you guys like to start?
I'd like to start with what you were talking about. Is the ether intelligent? Is the ether divine? And I think it is. I believe that that in the mentalism principle of Hermes, this was the first principle that mind is primary and fundamental to all of existence, and that the building block of the mind was the ether, of which all the composed cosmos was made and designed. So when the ether is moving as space and energy and matter, I believe that there's a divine presence of mind behind it, which is known to some as spirit or panpsychist. Individuals might call it the mind of nature. But I think there's something there. Yeah. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, a lot to think about there. So, yeah, on the gravity thing, I think it's kind of like, because what's interesting about gravity is that if you kind of look at outer space, that when enough objects form a certain mass, it eventually coalesces into a sphere, right? And I think of it like, like getting a bunch of, I kind of imagine like, taking the snow and then using your hands to kind of like craft a snowball out of it. That's how I kind of think gravity works. Like there's this kind of, there's these outward forces pushing inward due to the kind of the fourth dimensional curve of space and time being to move like that. But so what were you saying earlier, Indy? I wanted to comment on what was the general gist of what we were talking about, the whole idea of the ether.
Yeah, the gist was that the ether is the fundamental substance of all things, and that when the Big Bang happened, the ether was disturbed and
Gotcha.
Matter,
Okay.
it's unraveling, and it's turning back into space as space expands.
I think I'm not really sure if I know what the fundamental substance of the universe is, or the whole idea of the universe, Because my project is sort of is more of a multiverse kind of theory. Not even a multiverse theory, but like that we're kind of in the fourth dimension and we're moving around in the fourth dimension. And we think, oh, that's some like, far off concept and that's some kind of alien thing. But what I've discovered is no, we're moving through the fourth dimension all the time. We don't even realize it. Like, really, if you think of the third dimension as an infinite, as like the observable universe, like what the mainstream scientists call the observable universe. But if you're going through life in a different kind of state of mind, like let's say you go from being in a state of mind where you're peaceful and you're calm, and then you go into a state of mind where you're really anxious and it almost seems like the world is different. Well, I think when that happens, there's a sort of a dimensional shift that's happening, because it's like when you change your mind, when you change your perception, you're essentially moving into a different three-dimensional environment. Because, if you think about your moods and you think about, like if you're feeling happy one day or you're feeling sad, you ever notice that mood doesn't seem like it's enclosed within your body? It seems to be projected outward into the external universe around you. It's like when you're having a good day, it's not just, oh, I individually feel good. It's like the colors are more vivid, you can notice smells more, things seem more alive, and the whole universe around you seems like a more colorful place. And then you may have your person next to you, a friend of yours, who may be really depressed, and maybe they see that exact same universe, but less colorful, more dreary, less lifelike. And I'm thinking, what if these two people are in the same space in the third dimension, but in different spaces in the fourth dimension? And that's an idea that I'm exploring with this. And what's interesting about the center things, I think both Bush Whisperer and Indy mentioned this, the idea that everything comes from a central point. But what's interesting, the paradox with something being a center, is that in order for a center to exist, it has to be a center of something. Whereas like if you have like a cube, for example, like you have a central point within a cube, but in order for there to be a center, there has to be corners on each of the sides of the cube to define where that center is within space-time. So in order for a center to exist, there also has to be the edges which define the place of the center simultaneously. And that's kind of why I'm thinking that maybe there's sort of a more non-linear time causality, in that it's almost like spheres. It's like there's a central point and then there's the edges of the sphere, but both of those aspects are sort of created at the same time. It's not like you start out with a center and it's stretches out into a sphere, or a sphere shrinks down and condenses into a center. It seems to be kind of both at the same time.
Yeah, I love that. It actually ties in a lot with the line of thinking of the Druidic people that consider there to be three planes or spheres, and that there's a higher plane and a lower plane, and that if we are in like a state of ascension, that higher plane comes down into this space with us, and if we are descended, that lower plane comes up into this space with us. And it's a different world. It's a totally different reality. And people can have both, and they can be in all three, because there's a central plane as well, or they can be fixated on the higher or lower alone. So you kind of see this with people that are like paranoid schizophrenic, and they're haunted by ghosts. And then other people will come in that are skeptical, and they don't really carry that fear, and they're maybe ascended, and they might see angels there instead. And so people see things very differently, and it's a lot based on their own line of thinking. And we kind of see a reflection of ourselves. And we also have the mirror neurons, which enable us to simulate. When we see others do things, we in our minds are mirroring what they're doing. And so when we do that, we may or may not want to emulate those behaviors. So so that's why it may bother us to see people doing things that don't resonate with us, because in our minds we're doing it ourselves in simulation through mirror neurons. there's a lot of mirrors that happen in our minds. But it said that we see more of a reflection of ourselves than we see in others, their true substance or essence.
I think that's really lovely. And I think both of those things are exactly sort of adding to the fundamental. Like, definitely our outlook and our perspective shapes the very nature of our reality. There's no doubt about that in my mind. And that's what my experience has shown me in life, you know, and it definitely seems to be the case. I think as well, when we look at it, we could say what Cosmic says about the center. And this, I read it somewhere, can't remember where, many years ago, but I keep seeing it from time to time. It keeps reminding me the center is everywhere and the circumference is nowhere. And it always sticks with me. And so that sort of ties in to what Cosmic is saying about this non-linear. We tend to have been taught about mechanics. So mechanical science, mechanical Newtonian thinking models has been sort of the mental conditioning that has sort of shaped the way that we think, behave, believe. And I think it's sort of like a crutch that sort of we all have to carry to a certain extent. So when I think of that other center, the ether, I think of the ether as being, like Cosmic was saying, we're in a paradigm within a greater paradigm. And I think that greater paradigm's within a greater paradigm. I think that greater paradigm's within a greater paradigm. And I think that there is something that connects all points of space within this paradigm to all points within each of the other paradigms in a non-linear way. And that series of connections, which we can ascribe to the second law of hermetics, the law of subtle correspondences, that operates as a result of the law of vibration. In order to bring the intelligence from the first principle of Hermes that says that all things are a mental phenomenon into extension through energy, the energy being that law of polarity that connects one thing to another, that acts as the proverbial hands or feet of the second principle of Hermes correspondence through the law of energy resulting from the law of vibration, which sustains the law of correspondence, which I equate to the quantum entanglement field, which I relate to the etheric field, which is then bound by a law of rhythm. And the rhythm sort of keeps us stuck in certain patterns, which seem to be linear, Saturnial presence of the green man. And that law of rhythm, being the fifth principle of Hermes, thus takes us into the law of concord, into the law of cause and effect. That a cause drives an effect, drives a cause, drives an effect. And this is how the linear structure of rhythm is maintaining the effects of the vibrational field as it translates its energy from the quantum entanglement field of correspondence, which is the duality expressed through polarity that we experience when we look at the generation of the world, the seventh principle that holds all of these six principles into a single structure, which we can consider as a Tao, as a yang yin, of the masculine within the feminine, feminine within the masculine. Yes, brother.
I love that. I was going to say, what about, my thought is fleeting right now. It's going to come back to me, though. I didn't want to cut you off if you were on a streamline there.
Yeah, I was just, the final point I was getting to is that extension of connectivity, that field of connectivity, I would ascribe that to being the ether. So that very principle that allows the hyperquantum field that you were talking about, Cosmic, that holds within it the fourth dimension, holding within it the third dimension. and that we can be at different points in the fourth dimension and the third dimension has got to do with the variances of the pressure field of ether, which is really, if I want to define what is ether, it is the rubbing together of these different fields. How's that sound as an idea, Cosmic? These different surfaxes, different cosmic proportions rubbing together in this point. And the way that these things rub together creates a different variance of pressure. And that variance of pressure we observe here observably as quantum entanglement, which says to us that the law of time isn't linear. And that's what I think the Greeks were talking about when they were talking about ether. Instead of thinking of it as a particular substance, let's think of it as the fundamental substance of all different zones, all different states of reality, all sort of emerging. How's that as an idea?
I love that.
Yeah. So the thing, and what's interesting in Zarfaxology is, so you start off with the concept of the Zarfax, right? Which is basically kind of your fourth dimensional sort of experience sphere, as I kind of define it. Well, when the Zarfaxes get to a certain level of mass, they form a Zarfax. When they get a bunch of them, like a cluster, and then within that Zarfax, there forms a Zarfax nucleus. So it's like, so imagine like a bunch of spheres, like thousands, millions and thousands of spheres, all making one big sphere, and at the center, it all kind of like melts into a kind of a singularity. And that's essentially the Zarfax nucleus, where all the realities of this world intersect, and that kind of creates the shape. And I kind of wanted to jump into what you were talking about, the idea. Correct me if I'm misquoting you here, because I think that it's crucial that I contextualize what you said earlier properly. The idea that there is a center without a circumference. Am I getting that right? Okay. So I think that when it comes
there is a center, but the center exists everywhere. And there is a circumference, but the circumference actually doesn't exist here.
Gotcha. Okay. Oh, no. Okay. So we're on the same track. So what I've been thinking about, I think in order to better understand that concept is I think we can understand a literal circumference of an idea. Like there's a circle and it has a certain specific perimeter, or a sphere has a certain perimeter. But I think when it comes to circumference, it also applies ideologically, intellectually, mentally, imaginationally. So here's an interesting idea. Every belief system has a circumference. I think if you think of every belief system as a sphere, then each sphere has a circumference. So whatever you believe, regardless of what the nature of that belief is, it forms a sphere and a circumference. And one of the things about Zarfaxology is learning to form this perception where you can see outside of your own sphere and see into the spheres beyond. And then that way you can switch and move back and forth to different spheres. It's kind of similar to Robert Anton Wilson's reality tunnel theory, where everybody kind of exists in a different reality tunnel. There's a Christian reality tunnel, an atheist reality tunnel, Buddhist reality tunnel, et cetera, et cetera. But I kind of do it as like, spheres, and each of these spheres exist in different dimensional spaces that correspond with it. And I think it's important to recognize that what's interesting about this philosophy is that it's kind of counterintuitive, but the idea is that the way to escape a belief system is not to say this belief system is false, but you have to define where it exists within space. Because the thing is, if you say something is an illusion, then there's no boundaries in which to define that illusion. So even though it's an illusion, it seems to permeate all of mind space around you, and there's no real way to escape it. But when you kind of say, oh, this is real in a certain context, you encapsulate that belief system in a bubble, and then you're able to actually walk outside of that into the mysterious space beyond.
I like that. Giving a little recipe for like how to move between that contextual center that's everywhere and the circumference, which, well, it's nowhere. Well, nowhere doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It's just not where. And where means we're not wearing it. We're not wearing it like we wear our skins. And what we wear is what we are aware of, because we are aware of what we wear. Our skins, we wear this world. So it's awareness. So where are we? We are in our awareness. Interesting concept, the nature of space-time. And it sort of brings us back to what you were saying as well, both of you actually, going back to what Indy said a while ago about the intelligence of the ether. Because now we're suddenly thinking, well, do we wear space? And is that why we can say where something is? Because we're wearing it in our awareness. And if awareness is how we wear our bodies in space, then what does that say about the nature of space-time? If it can be worn by consciousness, it has to be an emanation of the intelligence field. So that sort of insinuates by default what you were saying, Indy, about everything being intelligent. Otherwise, how can we wear it as a thought? And so it sort of causes us to start questioning atoms. What
That's
is smaller than atoms?
Could
Could there be like thoughtums?
Thoughtums. Yeah.
Thoughtums. Little thoughtums. Oh,
And, I'm glad that Cosmic mentioned Robert Anton Wilson's reality tunnels earlier, because I was thinking on a similar parallel line of thought. Rupert Sheldrake's morphic resonance fields. Rupert Sheldrake being the one who brought panpsychism to the main stage. I think a lot of these ideas that he had as a botanist, he's kind of a quantum botanist, so to speak. But he got a lot of these information from old French philosophers. He's been bringing a lot of their ideas back to the forefront, and it's just brilliant stuff. But I really feel like these different Zerfexes and Zarfexes really tie in with the reality tunnels and the morphic fields. And so I feel like we all have a multiverse within our minds, in the sense that when we make every decision we make, our subconscious mind plays out like what would be the outcome from each decision we can make out of infinite choices. And they play it all out and choose us like a path of least resistance, or like the path that resonates with our essence and our way of being. And so when that multiverse reduces down to that one choice, it's as if things are on our stage as an individual, being seen in so many different lights, and at the same time another person in the same situation might be making the same choice, has many different options than that other visual. So at the same time there's a whole like number of multiverses happening simultaneously. And so I wanted to bring forth the idea that potentially we have like a past self and a future self. Now, could there be quantum entanglement through time between our past and future selves? I feel like I've experienced this before. When we make a decision that is transformative for us, that will help us ascend from transgressive behaviors and move and become a better person, and then forgive ourselves and change our karma, which is like really, to me, action, which is the orientation of our feelings and our actions, if they are in line with one another. So if we're doing good things and we're seeing the value in it, and we like to do good things, we're having good karma. If we like to do bad things, or if we are disdained from doing good things, our karma is fire or bad. So this is the ancient Eastern understanding of karma as action, which has been a bit misconstrued in the West. But when we can make those transformative decisions, I feel like it could change our past lives, which would then change the entire timeline up until our present life in a blink of an eye. And we would then have the memory of that new timeline. But we might have a glimpse of that old timeline sometimes and think, wait, what, wasn't that different? And that might be where there's different Mandela effects coming in, where people have different timelines that they're on, but they're in the same space. So even though people are in the same space together here in the physical world, there's this idea of like a mind world, which Rudolf Steiner called the noosphere. And there's been other names for that as well. But I really feel like the mind sphere is primary. And it's a place where all of the souls of the life forms here are together as one, kind of moving in the current of an electric sea on a tree, and the branches hold us. And we're kind of like rubbing against each other. When we come across each other, we kind of brush against one another. But we're inside of these pods on this tree. And the world here is somewhat like simulated there by like kind of like a treadmill action of like the inside of these pods. And so when we think we're moving around here and we're so separate from one another, we're really all interconnected, and we're all in another place in our souls, in the mind space, in the etheric realm. So I feel like that's a thing too.
Yeah, so I don't know if I might have told you guys this particular story I had, but did I ever, I guess maybe probably people in the chat might not be familiar, but did I ever tell you about, it was like I had a reality shift that related around a dead relative that really kind of shook me up. So I don't know if I've told you guys this story, but I think it's kind of relevant to the conversation, because when we talk about, time shift and universal shift, be careful what you wish for, because it might really shock you to your core. So the story was, this is around 2019. So to start off, it's around spring of 2019, and I get a call saying that my Aunt Jean had passed away and that my parents were going to attend the funeral. Now, I didn't really know her personally as well, so I didn't attend this particular funeral. I'm going to just set this up because this is proper context for the story. So several months later, my grandmother passed away, and because I did have a close connection to her, I did attend her funeral. But what was weird was that when I went to my funeral, my Aunt Jean was there, who my parents supposedly said, oh, they passed away, and went to the funeral. And for several months, I believed, oh, she passed away. But here she was right there in front of me, alive. And I'm like, what the hell? And I really felt like at that moment, I shifted timelines, because then I asked my parents, I was like, it's like, hey, I thought you said this person died. And they're like, no. Another relative with a very similar sounding name passed away. And I thought, well, that's odd. I could have sworn they told me that it was this person, and it's weird, the similar names. But what I kind of realized in that moment was like how terrifying a time shift or a reality shift can be, because, you're used to the idea that you live in this kind of this central sort of universe. And when you shift into a different timeline, it's a very uncomfortable and disconcerting feeling. Probably even more so than psychedelics. Now, whether this was me actually shifting into a different timeline, or me, misinterpreting a person's name that passed away, it still genuinely felt like, if I shifted timelines, this is exactly what it felt like, where reality glitches. But the other way, and this is kind of why I wanted to bring this up relevant to the topic at hand, I was thinking, well, what if I was in a universe where my Auntie Ginny died, but the universe sort of shifted to make it that someone else died, to sort of correct the glitch or the error in the timeline thing. So it's almost like, when you think about these Mandela effects, or these something like that, like your Nelson Mandela effect, like the Berenstain Bears things. It's almost like the universe has a kind of self-correcting principle to fix up glitches in the timeline. And that's why oftentimes it's often met with skepticism and so on and so forth. Because I was thinking, if there's no regulatory principle for these errors or glitches in timelines,
reality would just kind of fall apart into chaos. It would just become like a kind of like it would be like a literal fever dream manifested into physical reality, and everything would just fall apart. So it seems like perhaps there is an intelligence there that organizes reality to prevent it from becoming too weird and too chaotic for its own survival. In the same way that, you know, a body, if it finds some kind of virus or a cancer or a pathogen, it tries a way to, it fights that to keep the body regulated. And I'm thinking maybe the universe has a similar principle like that. And that's why things like, you know, reality shifting and doing magic can be difficult, not necessarily because magic isn't real or that you know, these things don't work, but it's that the universe has an active role to protect itself from becoming too distorted. So there's an initial inertia that one has to overcome to actually have magical manifested in the world because of this process. And I guess that kind of ties back into the conversation last week about dark magic. And it's like, if you want to make magic, it should be something that's orthogonal to nature and reality, because, you know, if you distort reality too much, it's like you might not be able to go back to your regular reality.
That's a very interesting, lovely little story, brother. Thank you for sharing it. And I agree wholeheartedly that I believe that this is very much a thing that can and does happen. Though, here's what I think. I don't think it's a common occurrence for a lot of people. I think it's an occurrence for people that have ESP. And a lot of people might have ESP and they might not even know it, and it might happen to them, right? So there's a certain percentage of the population, I think, that has a certain degree of ESP, extra sensory perception, as in like innate psychic ability of one kind or another. And I think that people who have innate ESP will experience some degree of this shifting. And obviously people that are working with it, channeling, going deeper into this, will probably have more experiences of it as we progress. And then to move it down an octave, like shift the gears to a slower gear, you would have what we call synchronicity. And synchronicity is when we're moving towards ESP and when we have ESP. So like you're moving towards ESP, there's an increase of synchronicity until the synchronicities start to become empowered. We start to observe it. Like you're looking at your clock, and as you look at your clock, you go, ha, 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 this is going to be like 21. 21. Okay. Funny, because I didn't look at my clock for like hours. So there was no way for me to guess that. Interesting. Think I knew before what I looked at, what I was going to see. It's like a moment before. So I think that like now when we're going back to this ESP story, this is an old shaman thing, that those people with sort of developing budding flowers of the supernatural ability within themselves are going to experience this. But I think that also what's happening now on a global level is that the powers that be are playing this against us. Because it's part of the matrix, because it's part of how reality works, they are now playing this against us so that the average person is having this simulated experience through the internet, right? And so they're cleverly giving us like more than one version of events. And you can see this if you look for news. Different news reports will give you different ideas of literally different things that happened. And it's quite interesting. And then like at a later stage, you know, Google AI can filter the internet and change what you've seen and change what I've seen, change what they've seen. And we've not all seen the same reality. Then at a later stage, we'd be discussing it and we've all had different experiences. So now we think that we're experiencing this deep spiritual phenomenon when actually we're just being duped into believing that we're experiencing it. And because it's a real thing, we're more likely to believe unconsciously that it's happening. And so they can use this against us to manipulate us. But that being said, I do think that the shifting timelines are very much a thing. I've myself had some very interesting, I mean, once I was very, very high consciousness at that moment. I was in the ice. It was -7, -8 degrees. And I was meditating. And my body was like a fire. The steam was coming off of my body. And the ice was melting on the ground underneath my body, turning into a puddle of fluid. Like my body was literally warming up the environment. I was like a heater. And when my ex-wife approached me and she touched me, she burnt her finger. She got scared. She said, "Why are you so hot?" She first saw me. She said, "You're naked." It's like she was like, it's freezing. And then she touched me and she burnt like, oh, she recoiled because she wasn't expecting me to be so hot. And then she noticed all the steam. Now, another thing that had happened before she came was I realized that I wanted to get up. And so I had sort of decided, okay, I'm done here now. And my shoes were there. And I was putting on my shoes. And I put the wrong shoe on the wrong foot. And I was, I should have been looking. And I thought, it's not a problem. Not a problem. It's elastic. The whole universe is elastic. So in my mind, I bent the universe. And it wobbled. It was like, and the whole universe wobbled a little bit. And I sort of stretched it with my mind. And it felt like I was stretching the ether. And it stretched and it popped back. And as it popped back, the shoe wobbled on my foot. And I had the right shoe on the right foot. I was like, holy crap. Did I just do that? How did that happen? I'm not quite sure how I did that. Because my toes were getting all sore and it was like the wrong shoe on the wrong foot. And I was like, oh, I'm going to have to take the shoe off now. Because you see, when you be meditating for a long time, your feet are numb, right? So you don't know, you can't feel anything. So I put my shoe on carefully. And then after I put my shoe on, started tying the shoelaces, I looked at it and I was like, hold on, that's the wrong way around. I looked at my other shoe. I was like, oh, I have to undo it. And so you got to very carefully take your shoe off because the ligaments, like if you've been sitting for an hour and a half, the muscles and the ligaments get cold and the blood leaves your, extremities and all of that. So some part of me was like, oh, it's going to be a mission. And I don't, to this day, I don't know whether I did it or whether it happened or how, but it was very strange. And there's been like loads of other kinds of situations where I've just been like, wow, that's interesting. And then my unconscious is like, you can play with this. I was like, I don't need this nonsense. It's just something that happened. It doesn't matter, but because he's the allure of this, he's like, ooh, what can you do with this? How can you play with this? I'm like, no. I don't want to be greedy because like, obviously you're going to want to get what you want in life, but which I think is dangerous. And I think this brings us to an interesting point of the conversation. If the universe is intelligent, we're able to communicate with the universe through our thoughts and our consciousness. And we're able to convince the universe of things if we really are convincing. And I think we call that faith. I think when we have a lot of faith, we're very convincing. We convince the universe like, no, I can walk on water. Yeah, of course I can walk on water. The universe says, you can walk on water? Yeah, of course I can. Watch. The universe goes, wow, you can walk on water. Yeah, I can. So the universe plays along. That means the universe has got to be intelligent. It means the forces of nature have got to be intelligent. Everything in the universe has got to be intelligent for you to be able to convince it. No, this is possible. Lightning can strike right now out of the sky. Like I can literally call it, watch this. And if you can call lightning from the sky, what's going on. Something intelligent is interacting with your consciousness in order for that process to come into being, which sort of brings us back to the panpsychism idea. India, I saw you revving up, brother. You wanted to say something.
I just love what you were saying about that whole situation. But I was thinking how Cosmic mentioned that the mind tries to like explain it and come up with like a new story when the timeline shifts like that. In my story might be like, maybe like I had an experience when I came back from the desert. I took a sip of milk and I was like, what was I doing? I'm never going to do this again. But sometimes you don't have that time of space of 2 weeks away from society to be able to experience it, not having something and have an elimination diet or not wear your shoes for like 2 weeks. But I feel like our shoes are really detrimental to our health when they have a rubber sole. And our bodies have been trying to cry out to us probably for so long, like, what are you doing? Stop putting that on. Like, you're disconnecting me from the earth. And so, especially after a meditative experience, your body could maybe be crying out to you, like, stop putting these shoes on. They're uncomfortable. Or maybe even put you through that whole trip of like a whole new timeline shift to be like, the shoe, what am I thinking? What am I doing? But no, that somebody mentioned that to me earlier this week. But if we were to stop using these rubber soles, man, start doing some more earthing, it could be really great for our energy.
Yeah, that's interesting because our feet have intelligence.
Yeah.
And so the intelligence of our feet starts to engage with the intelligence of the earth. And they're
Right.
communicating.
Yeah, and the
And
straws,
when we're wearing rubber, we're like stopping the communication.
right? The elliptical of the different astrologies is portrayed as a body sometimes, and the Pisces are the feet. The Aries is the head. Everything's in the middle. I've been trying to find a good picture of this, and I haven't been able to find one, but I used to be able to. Google is making it hard.
I like that you point out the Pisces is the feet, and indeed Pisces is the feet. So Pisces. So if we look at Pisces and we look at Kof, the hieroglyph for the back of the head,
yeah,
relates to Kof, which is the Pisces, the feet, which is the pure interface with the unconscious. And so it's the most unconscious form of communication. In other words, it's like very deep and very sublime, very subliminal communication. And so we notice how our feet are wired into our brains through the central nervous system, right? Like every organ has a direct point on the feet that has a huge effect on every organ. So when you're walking on the earth, there's an electrical impulse being sent between every nerve that's touched and that organ that generates a field between the corresponding part in the brain, that organ, and that nerve point on the foot, which activates other nerve points in the body which are related to that particular process. So it sort of fires up the whole central nervous system. And I suppose in this way affects the hormonal system. So there's this really powerful communication between the earth and our feet that is really plugged into our unconscious, affecting the very way that our organs work and the consciousness of each organ being stimulated in the same way. And so think about how these unconscious emotions can just arise into consciousness without cause or without reason. Walking barefoot on the earth is going to stimulate the kidneys, which is going to have an effect on fear, unconscious fear. It's going to stimulate the spleen, unconscious worries. It's going to stimulate the heart, unconscious sadness and sorrows that we're carrying that we're not aware of. And in the same way, it will stimulate the bladder that works as the yin quality. No, as the yang quality with the kidneys in the yin yang relationship of what generates fear. That's why we piss ourselves when we're scared, right? So all of these points are stimulating all of these organs. Just those as just a few examples, and we can sort of look at how this structures the brain and how this structures the neural pathways. And even though we might not be consciously afraid, our unconscious fears are affecting how our organs interact with those parts of the brain, which is deciding whether or not there's a neural interface between different parts of the brain, as in how well are these organs working together? How well is the bladder working with the kidney, the yin-yang relationship, right? And how well is the liver working with the spleen, the yin-yang relationship of the liver and the spleen, right? And we could say, well, the liver relates to life force, to Libra. Okay, so Libra, the liver, the scales. So the liver balances out things in the body, removes toxins that needs to be removed, puts stuff into the blood that needs to be there. And it works in conduit with the spleen as an emissary of the kidneys, you could say. So you start to look at this whole like little paradigm of organs and how they're wired in. A foot massage is the most powerful way to change your mind. What an interesting concept, huh?
Yeah. And also you got to think about, interestingly, how the feet, the hands, and the ears are kind of like a fractal reflection of the organs in the body. And you can kind of see sometimes they do a map where you can lay out how the organs play out to the body. You can stimulate them through the ears or the hands or the feet. So that's really interesting how that kind of fractal aspect is there as well. And it can be really powerful too, like the things you can do to your fingers to help with a headache or something, or different things in your organs. That's an old way of medicine that's kind of still lingers around a little bit. In ancient Taoist medicine, they used to also look at the pulse, and they can tell a lot by the pulse. There's little subtle things that you can tell what's going on, and you can diagnose just about anything from knowing how to read the pulse, which is really cool.
Yeah, so your idea of grounding, I think, is really an important point. Perhaps wearing rubber the way we do separates us from the intelligence of the earth, disconnecting us from the earth's living consciousness, disconnecting us from the intelligence of the ether, disconnecting us from the cosmic intelligences of the chain of life, which are the structure through which the ether is basically moving energy, because energy needs to move from one field to another field to another field to another field, and each field is a living field, a living consciousness. So all these different consciousnesses are wired in through a series of spiral connections. Like the picture on this the thing that I made, what do you call them, the thumbnail? Beautiful picture which shows you nature's organizing spirals, and how the spirals grow off little spirals, and those little spirals grow, and they're growing off a big spiral. And so that's like the way in which cells develop, and the way things move. They move like a spiral. Everything, the universe, the galaxy, our very nature of our consciousness is like a toric field. And that toric field, once again, I think brings us back to where we were starting from with the consciousness. If you consider it as a toric field, it's like a donut. So the center is collapsing on one end, and the circumference is collapsing on another end. And somehow the center and the circumference become the same thing. So you could say that the center is the circumference, and the circumference is the center, but they are polarized. The same thing becomes polarized in order to become the appearance of a circumference and the appearance of a center. But actually the same thing is existing everywhere, because everything is in alignment with this toric field. And because the toric field is going elsewhere to translate the center into the circumference, that elsewhere is the extension of the etheric field that is binding this duality, or the polarity of the fourth law of Hermes energy, into this law of rhythm, which becomes this linear structure of time that we're so accustomed to.
Have you guys ever heard of the idea that in reincarnation, everyone gets a chance to be everyone else at some point? There's like an idea of that. And I think that's really interesting, where you think you're in this one little like blip of like, this is like my circle or sphere or plane or field, the cloud that I'm in, and like I have resonance with this. That's who I am. But like, I think about sometimes that maybe we could also become in other fields and like see what it's like from the other side of the fence.
I think I guess that would make sense from like the kind of like a Hindu perspective, because if everything is sort of the singular Atman, then technically that would be, true, that eventually you'd be kind of like every single incarnation. I kind of view it more like there's a certain range of forms that we can take. So it's like, I think of it like you're the center of the circle, then the further you go out into the circle, the less you the forms become. And I think about like, why do certain people like certain animals? Some people like dogs, some people like cats. Well, if you think about it, like, for example, I'm more of a cat person. So like reincarnation wise, I feel like a cat would be closer to the center of my being rather than a dog. right? Or if you're a dog person, the dog would be closer to your form than a cat. And so basically, at a certain point where things that you don't like or things that you make you uncomfortable, those would probably be things that are sort of outside of the circle of your being. And perhaps maybe you could either take the practice of refining that circle, or you could maybe be the type of person who was, no, I want to expand that circle. But it seems like it always is we're going back to circumferences. And I think that there's a certain point, there's certain ranges and circumferences of our being. So I kind of, in my head, I sort of like visualize like myself, but then there's like kind of a bunch of like circles around me, and there's sort of like a wall of like different versions of me that sort of go further out into the circle. And the further I spread out, the more different those forms become. And, you know, so that's the kind of the way I look at it. I don't really look at it from the kind of the central. So basically it's a version of reincarnation that acknowledges a singular self, as opposed to a lot of Eastern mythology where it's very non-dual, and it's kind of the idea that there is only sort of one true self. So I guess that's like a different alternative model to that.
I like that.
Yeah, man, I think there's definitely something to that. That sort of accounts for the center being everywhere.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different versions of the center. I equate matter from a Kabbalistic perspective to the idea that there is one atom. There's only one. And we're experiencing that one atom over and over and over and over and over and over and over again through quantum entanglement. And that one atom is multiplying itself. And the more it's quantum entangles, the greater the sphere of matter is, that there aren't two atoms. And the only reason we're able to measure one atom off against another has got to do with its relativity in terms of the quantum field, which is like a wow concept. You know, we can measure the age of an atom. Well, I think what we call the age of an atom has got to do with its variability of quantum entanglement, and just exactly how far is it entangled to something else. And that scale of entanglement we could relate to on our instruments as age. So from a Kabbalistic perspective, there is only one particle, and that one particle replicates itself. And so this is like the proverbial matrix. That's how my consciousness looks at matter. So that means that there is only one cell, and that cell replicates itself as a multiverse does. So each cell is a multiverse within itself. Each atom is a multiverse within itself. What a concept. So each particle in your hand, each atom in one cell is a multiverse. Each cell is a multiverse. So our body is a carefully constructed multiverse of multiverses, resulting of multiverses within a greater world, which is a contextual multiverse within other multiverses. And so there's this fractal expansion of consciousness that I am sort of considering when I think of reality. It's my personal little window into the world. That's how I like to think of things. And there's a couple of really cool comments here. I don't want to go past them. There's been so many cool comments. Sorry if I've missed the other ones. These ones I saw. So Neil was saying, like, our musical octaves are kind of fractal. I was like, I like that. Musical octaves are like a reflection of this fractal state of reality, and that it's all just vibrations, and that those octaves of vibrations are what I'm talking about in the atom that we measure, and we consider them as the age of the atom. This atom's so old, and we can tell so much about this atom. Well, that was like its most fundamental point of entry in the quantum entanglement field, because it's entering, leaving, so fast that it's hard to keep track. But it has its fixed point from our perspective that Cosmic's talking about. Like me, I've often tried to figure that out. Am I a dog person or am I a cat person? I always thought I was a dog person when I was young, but cats are drawn to me. I love cats. Wherever I go, there's always cats. I've always got cats around me, and when I traveled, I had cats. I never got my own cat ever, but I've had so many cats. Like, you just move in, like, yep, my home. It's like, okay, cool, it's your home, cool, live here, you know. So I've often considered that whole thing about a dog and a cat person, and I relate it to the solar and lunar. Like, I've always had a lot of love for the moon. The moon was always so fundamental. So that's like dogs, right? But I'm also so in tune with the sun. I love the sun. I'm a very solar creature on one level. So I'm sort of like, I've always been torn between being a dog and a cat person. Interesting you use that as a choice. But so that's what I think, like with regards to what Neil says, and I think it's such a perfect reflection of the quantum field of the fractal nature of the universe. Sound is probably the first and foremost way of really understanding how this fractal unity works. And we look at the scale of musicality and how that is actually really telling us more about the scale of matter and manifestation. And you know, Bernadine also had a cool little comment, and that was Neil's comment, you know, on musical octaves, fractal. Then there was this lovely how about you are the center and everything radiates out of the center. And so, you know, this cosmology of personal expression of self. So consciousness is radiating out of the center of who we are. And this consciousness is clothing itself in form, pulling towards itself these quantum reflections of the one particle in order for this particle to replicate itself all around us and create this reality that we are in, seeming finite alpha omega reality of cause and effect that can sort of reflect this unity of the generative field of matter, so that there is a receptivity and a projectivity, there is a going and a coming of things, and that this vibration has got very much to do with receptive, projective, masculine, feminine. Everything is in this duality of polarity. And so I think that that's like really, really on point. And this sort of brings us back, you know, when we're looking at this quantum fields of consciousness manifesting matter, what Carly was saying, if we put all our minds and hearts to it, world peace. And so that's an interesting concept. Another saying that has always stuck with me is become the change you want to see in the world. And I think that's so profound because of, once again, harmonic resonance. If you become truly peaceful, that resonant frequency of peace is going to have a knock-on effect, cause and effect. And it's going to bump against other people's auras and slowly tune them to being more peaceful. And they will bump onto other people and tune other people around them to being more peaceful. So the more peaceful more people become, the more peace becomes the total currency of expression in the world. I think that's very true what all three of you said. I think, like, you know, point in fact is like really three beautiful things, three of many, many beautiful things, shall I say. Yeah,
That's a really powerful quote. And it also is somewhat of a push to like make it so that you're not just idealizing things and thinking this is what we should do. And when you actualize that and take steps to see how it actually is when you're going to try to do what you considered ideal, and then, you know, you master that and it turns out to be good, then you'll know that it's something that's worthwhile. And sometimes you'll find out, no, it's not. I tried it out and it sounded really good in my mind. And when I tried, there was some issues with it that I never considered. So it's really important to be able to take steps towards the things that you consider idealized and see how they play out in the real world. You know, you have to prepare yourself because, you know, you might be disappointed that, you know, the thing that you thought was the answer may not be, but that's how you find the right answers. You know, and when I used to do sales, we would have a thing where you need to get 10 no's to get a yes. So sometimes you consider that, like, when you find something that didn't work out, don't be discouraged and don't give up. You know, always continue to try to find those things, because it'd be that much more rewarding after, you know, having not been able to find it the first few times.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said there, you know, about like you say, you got to like embed yourself within it. You got to literally jump in the water to know what the water feels like. You cannot conceptualize it. You have to actually throw yourself in. That's like sort of reflecting this fool. The fool isn't at a distance considering this process of the journey towards wholeness and health and well-being. The fool is like, okay, I'm jumping in. Let's go. I don't know where this is going to lead, but I'm going to go through this process. And I think the process is sort of like fundamental. And what do you think, Cosmic, to this notion of what we were talking about, what I was mentioning? I think it was Carly or whoever it was that said it, that when we align ourselves with a particular quality, that quality becomes reflected in the world around us through other people and through actions.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think it's all about, I guess it's like you're kind of like aligning yourself to a different type of, dimension, if you will, when you kind of like in a certain state of mind. Because I kind of like relating to this idea that your mind kind of generates an entire universe. So it's not just that, when you feel a certain way, it's not just that there's this sort of subjective quality to how things are and how things are. I sort of calculate that it actually affects sort of random chance and probability and things like that. So in Zarfexology, I have this whole concept called the randomness ratio. Now, basically the way this works is, let's say I have a pair of dice, right? And there is a something chance that's going to roll into what the desire I want. Let's say I have like one die and I want to roll a 5. Well, in a sense, that's basically 100% random for 1 to 6. But the idea with Zarfexology is that Zerfaxes have 4 sort of membranes, each one, and there's different layers. So there's the actual randomness of the object, which is like 100%. Then there's your perception and belief that that object is random, which adds another 200% randomness. Then there's the perception that other people in your external environment see that dice as being random. That adds 300%. And then there's the aspect that you live in a universe where things are random. That's 400%. So the idea is that at a default, without any kind of psychic intervention, things are at the 400% level of randomness. Now, what happens is when you have a magical practice, when you have a specific belief, or you have some kind of psychic ability, you actually lower that percentage, creating a greater likelihood of manifesting your desire. But here's what's also interesting. If you're a person who's very skeptical and an atheist, you actually have a percentage higher than 400%. So somebody that's a really hardcore, like atheist type, their randomness ratio is going to be something like 600%. So they have a much greater psychic inertia that they have to overcome in order for their manifestation to manifest itself. Whereas somebody who's really interested in yoga and meditation, practices the occult and magic, that randomness ratio is going to be much lower so that it manifests itself. And when it gets to, I guess what happens is that the trick is that when you can actually go lower, but you can never get to 0. You can never get to a perfect 0. What happens is you get into like negative 100, and that's when you start to become more and more disconnected from reality. So there's kind of a price to doing it, and you have to kind of like have to be careful not to go too far, because then you can kind of get to a part, you can get magic so deep that you kind of lose where you are within the confines of reality. So that's kind of how I look at manifestation in a kind of a more, I don't know if I would say scientific, but I guess maybe a more logical sense, in that depending upon how random you think the universe is, the universe will manifest itself that way. So if you think that everything is random and chaotic, things are going to be random and chaotic, and the probability and the way things work out are going to manifest that. Whereas if you think that everything is ordered and you think there's a divine plan for you,
then that randomness ratio is going to be much lower, and you're going to get a lot more manifestations going on. I don't know. It's a really kind of interesting sort of like tool to kind of understand like how this stuff works. Why is it that certain people can manifest psychic phenomenon and other people can't? And I think that's a really I really like this theory. It's been really interesting exploring. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I'd like to expand upon it, and I like the idea behind it. You know, so I'm like, okay, let's look at the word. Let's break down the word, baby. Ooh, this is the juice. These are the juicy bits that the Bush Whisperer loves. So the juicy doctor is coming into town. So random. So we look at the etymology of random, and we look at like Frankish origins. Like Frankish, oh my gosh, Frankism. Oh, Frankism. Oh. It's that Sabbatai guy. So we're looking at a chaotic origin. It's coming from the roots of the world, like, really relating to a chaotic structure. Now we're going to backtrack to what we were talking about before, the center and the circumference. And so if the circumference is truly nowhere and the center is truly everywhere, as the concept we're sort of proposing here as the source for the intelligence of panpsychism that connects all things to other things. That's how I relate to panpsychism. That's my definition. That panpsychism is that intelligent process that connects the center to the circumference. But the circumference is nowhere, so it is completely chaotic. The center is everywhere, but it is building structure. So the center is building structure towards the chaos of the circumference, which is nowhere, but it manages to imprint itself upon the process between the center and the circumference. So the rand, now the rand, the word rant comes from this as well. The rant, it's a chaotic expression of information, which sort of means that information is not going anywhere. It's just in a loop, like the toric field, that circumference is being eaten into a toric field, and it's going somewhere random, right? It's going in somewhere chaotic. The chaotic central pull and push of that toric field emanates reality as a potential between the center and the circumference, which are wrapped up within itself in a donut, to two inverted spirals that eat each other and give birth to each other at the same time. So if we look at random, rand, the rand is the side, by the way. So if you jump into a swimming pool and you come to South Africa and you've got a child with you and they say, "Maak seker jou kind is by die rand," right? The rand. It means keep your child close to the circumference of the pool, the side, the circumference. The circumference of a lake is the rand. The same thing you could say in a river, right? That which runs round the course of the entire river is the sides of the river, the rand van de rivier. So this is coming from obviously Germanic roots, Dutch roots, Old Norse probably plays a role in it. I can't say I speak Norse, but I'm guessing there must be connections between all of these languages. So the word random, could relate to the circumference. So the closer you get to the circumference, the more you are bound by the principle of centrifuge, because the circumference is being bound by centrifugic forces, which are being swallowed up, and they're getting swallowed up towards randomness. But the center is the opposite principle of that. The center is where the rule, the law comes from. So the more spiritually inclined you are, the closer you are to your center, right? And the closer you get to the center, the closer you get to the divine law, to the understanding of the workings of the divine law. That means that randomness of the circumference, which is just swallowing everything up like a black hole, right, as a concept, is now the opposite. We're talking about the sun, the electricity that comes out of the sun that gives rise to all of these atoms, which is the opposite of random. So the closer we get to the center, the closer we get to the law. The further we move from randomness, the easier it is to manifest, because we're more in tune with our hearts. The further we move away from our hearts towards the circumference, the closer we get to being swallowed up by the proverbial black hole and being lost So how does that relate as equating to and adding to the concepts that you're using for the words of randomness, Cosmic?
I think that makes perfect sense. But I also think when it comes to randomness, there seems to be it usually involves a clash of two different variables. So if I think about if I want to like roll a pair of dice, the thing that makes it truly random is that while I'm shaking the dice, I'm doing it within a closed fist. And within that closed fist, I am sort of blinding myself to what numbers are being moved around. Like think about how much different it is if you're taking dice and you're shuffling them, but you can see where the numbers are sort of moving around. It's not quite as random. So randomness seems to involve some kind of a blindness or a sort of a clash between two different forces that are not aware of each other. Sort of like if you think about two people having a fist fight in the pitch black, right? It's going to be a very random sort of inconference, but it's those clash of those two sort of things that creates that. And because I think that when it comes to life, and when it comes to things being, and I think I mentioned this at a round table in an earlier episode, but I find it interesting that when it comes to all the spiritual people out there, and they want to, when they argue with like a materialist, for example, they want to show that, God and intelligence exist in the universe because look at all of this order, look at all of this, this perfect golden ratio, this symmetry, these perfect spheres. But I kind of like thought differently, but wait a minute. If the universe was truly alive in the same way that an organism is, and you think about what an organism does, isn't necessarily totally orderly. They do some things that are random, that are, chaotic. Look at like young kids, like children, you could argue are very chaotic, getting into mischief and stuff, doing things that are seemingly out of order, seemingly don't make sense. And it kind of made me realize that maybe we're kind of doing this all wrong. Maybe it's the chaos and the unpredictability within the universe that is the actual proof of life in the universe. Because if everything was truly deterministic and everything was truly kind of devoid of consciousness, then there probably wouldn't really be any chaos. Because if everything was just moving according to some perfect mathematical algorithm, then there's no kind of counterforce to kind of push against it to create randomness and novelty and so on and so forth. So when we see something in the universe that's discordant, disorganized randomness, that's kind of more evidence of the kind of a more playful, carefree aspect of consciousness that doesn't seem to have any mind or rhyme or really care about putting things neatly. They just kind of want to like mess around, have chaos and have fun. I think that understanding that chaotic aspect of the universe, that more random aspect, actually proves panpsychism counterintuitively. You'd think it would be the other way around, because if materialism was truly the name of the game, I think there actually wouldn't be any randomness, because everything can be predicted with science, predicted with math, and predicted with logic. And the fact that there's things that seem to go beyond those logical limitations, that things that, that the universe kind of, that suggests a kind of a will, it suggests a kind of a free will that doesn't go within normal predetermined patterns. It can just go into some completely different direction that's unexpected. So when you see, like a Jackson Pollock painting or something like that, you recognize that, yeah, it looks, chaotic, but there's an intentionality for it to sort of be chaotic. And there's that, and I think that, I guess the point I'm trying to get at here is that when we see chaos and disorder in the universe, that this is actually evidence of mind. This is evidence of consciousness, because if it was truly deterministic, I think there wouldn't be randomness. Everything would be super neat and organized. Like, think about a computer, or think about like a computer algorithm. It doesn't really have an irrational sort of counterpoint within it, as its mind, to kind of create any kind of friction or create new ideas. It just follows a sequential script. And if there was no consciousness, everything would just follow this neat sequential sort of ordered script, and you wouldn't see all this weirdness and all this spontaneity that's happening. So I guess my point is that, you know, the chaos in the universe is just as much proof that the universe is conscious as the order within the universe.
Deep thoughts.
Yes, I think that's very true. And I think that the two are suspended within each other. And I think that this is the nature of the ether. The ether is upholding the law while providing the loopholes that transcend the law. And the loopholes that transcend the law is this disorder. And so I see the divine feminine as being the womb of what we could call chaos. The Greeks called chaos, which is that untrainable, void-filled potential of all life. And when I use the word void very carefully, I say void-filled because it gives us the impression of not a particular thing or other. It is that circumference of all things that has no real place, right? Because that's why I say void-filled. It doesn't contain space in the conventional linear form of space. So the linear form of space is that electrical principle coming out of the sun, and that masculine direction of thought and energy. But the content from whence that arises is the divine feminine, which isn't, like you say, it contradicts. There's this divine contradiction between the yang and the yin. And so this is what causes me to sort of want to look at this idea here. And I'll bring up a picture. Why is this getting smaller? Shouldn't it get smaller? No, it shouldn't. There we go. So I'll bring up a picture so that we can sort of look at it. Now it's obviously a picture that people will know. It's not nothing new, but it will just help us to get a perspective here of sort of the idea that we're sort of looking at. So if we look at this as the tree of life, right? So this is what we could consider one representation of the tree of life. There's many different versions. We could see here, we see the monad, the duad, and the triad. The triad, I hope you can see my mouse. My mouse is here. The triad representing 3, the duad representing 2, and the monad representing 1. And this 1, 2, 3 fit together. So the 1 represents that impetus of soul, of the solo, of solo meaning 1, the uno, the monad, which is really pure expression. And it sort of expresses the law. And here we have the 3, which is the tree, which represents the dark ocean, which represents that connection of the mother triple goddess, right? The 3 aspects, which are represented as 2 extreme polarities. In other words, these 2 polarities are bound within here. And the 1, being the expression, becomes manifest through the principle of law. So 1 cannot express itself on its own because it's only 1. It needs to separate into 2. The moment it separates into 2, there's a relationship between the 1 and the other 1, and that relationship between the 1 and the other 1 is seen as 2, which represents law and a stabilizing facility of causal development. However, this is all an emanation from and leading back to the triad, the tree of life, which represents the unknown, which represents the dark mother, which represents Bina. And obviously her color is black. Here we have the color which is represented as white, and here with the color which is represented as gray. And so this balance between this principle of expression of law and the impression of chaotic impression is bound by the force of 2. And 2 holds the potential of both white and black, hence the color is gray. And so here we see the triad, the tree of life, which is the aspect of the Atzilut, or the spiritual plane, or the causal body, if we would take it from Vedic cosmology, coming into play. And then we see the same sort of reflection happening here, once again, with Tiferet being the principle of polarity. And the principle of polarity being bound through the principle of the structure of cohesion and the structure of separation. And so the separation and the cohesion come together in a state of harmony. And that harmony represents the 2 triangles pulling upwards and downwards. So here we have the second. And here we have this monad, which is the expression of unity that separates. Very important. And we have the triad, which is the expression of separation that unifies. Because that divine feminine is separate from creation, it unifies creation. And because the monad is the center moving out through the universe, it actually, in its unity, I mean, it basically separates one thing from another. And so this single particle has to separate itself. And then it has to separate itself again and separate itself again. And that separation of all of these separating bits of separation have to be unified again by the divine feminine. So we see here this triad reflected once again here, and then once again reflected here. Similar idea, you know. Here we're looking at, like, potentially we could consider the emotional field and the rational field. And so things become rational and things become contextual. And so the difference between contextual experience of reality and the rational experience of reality becomes an extension of the imagination. And then this becomes our id, our identity, our persona reflecting the ego of what we are. And this persona then reflects itself into the generation of the physical body, which then becomes all 9 of these principles, the inner head being bound back to reflect the unity of one while maintaining the 0 of divine feminine, thus becoming masculine and feminine, thus becoming the 7th principle of Hermes. So, like, as a concept, we can see sort of the way in which what just happened, ladies and gentlemen? Something just happened. Oh, there we go. I'm not quite sure what happened. But so as a concept, I think that sort of tries to explain this duality. I don't know how that fits with your idea, Cosmic, of this divine chaos as undermining the law. If that's the correct way to paraphrase you.
I don't know if it's like, well, I think that you're correctly characterizing, the Kabbalistic framework, but you have to remember that Zarfexology is not so much about the sort of the oneness concept. So it's a different kind of approach, essentially. Instead of kind of the sort of the Hermetic idea where everything starts out as a unity and it sort of subdivides into these smaller and smaller sections, Zarfexology sees the universe as ultimately, theoretically starting out as a duality, and then it's sort of a multiplying. So instead of being like one divided by 2 divided into 4, it's more like 2 times 2 is 4, 4 times 4 is 16. It's more of a multiplication as opposed to a division. What's interesting, though, is that because of the way they kind of structure things, they say that, well, if the universe does have a center, it's totally, beyond our comprehension. And it's actually better not to really quantify God at all as being 1 or 2 or singular or many. But they're just like, well, 2 is just kind of like the most useful concept for us at the moment to help us sort of understand things. And I think that's kind of what's interesting about human perception when it comes to cosmology, is this desire to allocate everything to a singular source. And what's fascinating about that is it's like you see that from both people who are the spiritual types and people who are the secular atheist types. Because even the atheists will say, oh, it's all essentially, yeah, it's a meaningless universe, but it's still kind of like one sort of meaningless universe. But with Zarfexology, is it kind of basically makes you realize that everything, every space has a circumference that can be exited out of. Because you think about that singular point and you think, well, that singular point needs to be at the center of a sphere, sort of a higher dimensional sphere, to shape that singular point. But then you think, oh, wait a minute, that extra sphere needs another sphere on top of that to shape that one. So then you need a fifth dimensional sphere, and so on and so on. Your mind kind of keeps expanding outward in sort of all directions. And I think that's kind of also what's different too, because what I've noticed with a lot of like sort of like Western and both Eastern mysticism is this emphasis on the inner, that God is within you, that the infinite is this kind of this singular point sort of within your being. And it kind of looks at it like an inward infinity. And Zarfexology kind of, it takes into account of that inward infinity, but it also takes account of that outward extra dimensional infinity, which kind of gives you a different perspective on things. And I've been kind of playing with the idea that it may be that these are like masculine and feminine aspects of infinity, where there's that internal infinity, where it's like you can take an atom and you can infinitely zoom into it forever, finding smaller and smaller particles. And maybe that's more of like a masculine infinity. Whereas something where you kind of stretch the bubble out further and further, that might be a more feminine sort of enveloping infinity. And maybe it's the interaction between these two infinities that create life, that create the kind of the order chaos sort of dynamic. Because if you really think about like a life form or an organism, you really need both order and chaos in order for it to form, because you need order because you need to have a stable form in which the organism can adhere to, like the skeleton, the organs, and the skin, all kind of creating this uniform shape. But you also need chaos. You need for the ability for those cells to stretch and split, and for the body and mind to be able to morph and shift to, adapt to different circumstances. So that, that adaptation requires some chaos. It requires some being able to sort of deconstruct one's form in order to reconstruct it in a different way to adhere to new forms of order. So it might be that if we want to think of things as a singularity, I would say that novelty is basically the synthesis of order and chaos. Because when something is novel, there's clearly this sense of organization, but there's also a novel beauty to it. There's a part that's unexplained. There's a part that your mind can't quite comprehend or make sense of, but you kind of perceive both of them at the same time. So I think novelty is when you really have a sort of harmonic relationship between order and chaos. So if there is any kind of singularity to the universe, I wouldn't put my money on order and chaos or chaos. I would put my money on novelty, which seems to encompass both of those aspects.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting perspective. And to me, it's like we're talking about good and evil here. And somebody, who was it that was asking, and I don't even know how to say this, whatever this is. Is it 5 CAR Euro T? It's a whole lot of weird characters. I wouldn't even know how to begin to characterize. But they asked, then what is the root of good? And like we're talking in terms of good and evil, effectively. And I think like what we're getting at here is what you're talking about is good is the balance. What we call good. Let's just get the narrative as straight as possible. Is what we produce, what produces life. And what produces life is the balance between these two principles. Is that sort of what you were saying, yeah? Cosmic.
Yeah, more or less.
And that harmony that is produced could be considered as what we would produce as novelty, right?
Mhm.
Novelty, let's look at the word. Nova, new. L, L represents the Lamet, is the ox goad, that which is goading the life force, the Aleph. But we haven't got the life force in here. We are looking at the new aspect of how what's new yokes time. So what is new yokes time, where we're expressing the idea of causal interaction with the word novelty. When I look at that word, I see Nova yoking the T of Saturn, time, which means that when you introduce a new thing, the entire thing has to change, because now cause and effect is rippling out, and the ripples of effects produced by the cause of the introduction to the new causes everything else to have to adapt, which sort of means that the entire universe is in a state of adaptation or transition between what is proverbially new and what is old, what is the novelty and what is the expectation, right? And the expect, so the X, what is coming out, and the spec, which is that what is coming out of the spec, rotating outwards through the ethers, is the expectation, is what is expected, the rules and the laws to manifest towards this curvature of space-time, which is chaotic. And so there's this process of coming out from order towards chaos, but then novelty is the process through which this is driven to maintain some form of evolution, which is the new parts driving the old parts. It's a very interesting concept if we start to really break it down. But I think that brings us back to what is good and what is bad, because there were questions there about relating to is one thing good or one thing bad? I don't think one thing is good or one thing is bad by itself, right? I don't think chaos is bad. I don't think chaos is good. I don't think order is good. I don't think order is bad. Let's look at it like this. The order that's coming about through our political structures and financial structures on Earth, would we say it's good? No. Why not? Because it doesn't produce harmony. It doesn't produce harmony of peace within the human condition. It doesn't produce harmony and peace within the population structures of nature. And it doesn't produce harmony in our worldly potential to maintain, i.e., the lands being distorted and disturbed and polluted, and our ecosystems being damaged. And the structures, even though they are reflecting rule and law and order, they're corrupt. So I think law and order can become corrupted. And so it always needs that novelty, that new Lamet tracking the T of Saturn, in order to be able to produce that potential of change and evolution, which we can only equate to growth. And so it brings us back to the idea of the universe being an expression of the intelligence, which I relate to the true form of panpsychism. Not that there is an intelligence behind matter, but that matter actually comes from intelligence, and that matter is actually an expression of intelligence. And that this intelligence is the structure, and the matter, the mother, is what's the chaotic form of the structure deteriorating into matter. What an interesting concept. Through the influences of the chaotic potential of the mother and that lawful potential of the father. The lawful potential being the one that can be corrupted, right? And the chaotic potential being the one that can corrupt. But between that which can be corrupted and that which can corrupt, there is a balance of harmony between the two, which I would consider as good. And anything other than that balance of harmony could be considered as not good. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think a way to look at it, kind of simplify it, because Bernadine Davenport put something here, choosing which intersection we want to take, left or right or up and down. I think what we, in our culture, we've equated order with good and chaos with bad. And I kind of want to flip it in a different way and make it more like a compass,
I'm thinking like, what if good is north, bad is south, west is order, east is chaos? And if you look at it more like that, like a kind of like a different dimensional sort of like intersection like that, I think it actually starts to make a little bit more sense. So you see, instead of like, you know, good and evil is up and down, and then order and chaos is left and right. So sometimes, like when it gets to the goals that we want in life, it's not necessarily a straight up and down path, nor is it a straight left or right path. You have to kind of use all of those directions on the compass to make sense of the situation.
Yeah, and interestingly, when you have that kind of situation going on where one can corrupt and the other one can be corrupted, either party can stop that corruption from being ensued. It's like a two-way street. So, like, if one can be corrupted and they decide to flip the script and not be allowing themselves to be corrupted, and they change their ways and develop self-mastery to develop boundaries where they're not going to accept that anymore, and the relationship has to end if there's corruption continues. That other person is not going to create corruption in that situation, but they may seek out another person that can be corrupted to continue the process. So you can see where when there's great victory, it will allow for the avoidance of the consequences of chaos, but at the same time, you are then pushed into isolation and have to go through personal chaos of yourself, because even though you stood up and set those boundaries and were not allowing corruption to happen anymore, then you were abandoned and isolated, and then you have to realize that you are in a bad situation. You have to start back from square one, which is a blessing in disguise, but it is a difficult situation where you now have to start to build again from having nothing to start with. So, but besides the wisdom and your, learned skills to potentially avoid that in the future. But like, I wanted to touch on a couple of other things as well here. Now, when we have this good and bad contemplation of like, is everything good, or is everything either good or bad? And I think there's a lot of good and bad you can see in anything, but also at the same time, in the Taoist view of the cosmogony and the creation of the world, it's thought that there was a golden age before the time that we've fallen into now, in which there was no bad, there was no evil. And during this time, it was said that there was no understanding, recognition, or gratitude or awareness of good or what it was. There was no names for anything good. There was no name or understanding of beauty. And so it wasn't until there was bad and there was ugliness until beauty and good could be understood and recognized and given a name. But in Taoism, it's said that when we give names to things, there's really only oneness. And when we give a name to things, it's only to be able to refer to something now, here in the oneness, and have a conversation about it. But it can take away if we start to think about those separations in our mind and think that things are actually separate. That can take away from our connection to the Tao and to the oneness. So I feel like when we have our inner eye closed and that mind that lives outside of time is not available to us unless we step out of this separate world that's outside of us, apparently separate world, which is actually interconnected with us. I feel like if animals have an inner eye and they can see outside of time in their inner eye simultaneously to being here in the world, seeing with their two eyes in the world around them, they can use their other mind within to go explore, how could I proceed best in this current situation that I'm in? What did other individuals do in the past when they were posed with this situation? They can look back in their mind and think, okay, how can I cope with this, and figure out coping mechanisms and instincts to be able to pull on, to be able to work out the situation that they're in. That could potentially be a situation. Now, this is all speculative, of course, but it's just kind of a thought experiment. Now, if people have kind of a closed inner eye in the waking state, but have to go into like a deep meditative state to go into that mind outside of time and space, it might seem to us that those two minds are separate. But it could be the case that we're in a phase right now where those two minds have been disconnected, and in the dream world, in our dreams or in a meditative state, we have access to that mind outside of time, but not simultaneously right now to the mind that we have inside of space and in the physical world, the physical realm. So I feel like you could potentially see things in a different way where it's not bifurcated into two separate places, by understanding that you could completely integrate the two minds, the mind inside of time here and now, and the mind that can be outside of time and space within, in our inner eye. Those two can exist simultaneously, but it's not something many people have had the experience of. So it can be hard to encapsulate what that would be like. But I feel like in one way, when those things are separated in our minds and our inner eye is only accessible when we separate ourselves and shut off awareness to the world in the physical realm, it's like there's a portal where we have to go through from one to the next, and we all have our own portals into this other world. And is that the same place that we're going through, but different doors? Or do those doors lead to different places? Maybe there's different narfexes.
Yeah, I have a lot to say on that. So in my thing I'm working on,
the idea is that we have different nodes of perception. Like we have three sort of basic sort of like nodes. So basically the idea is that like at a minimum, we can perceive several Zerfaxes at once. So your first node is like a singular Zerfax, and that would be like what you're experiencing right now, your fifth dimensional senses, you're seeing, you're hearing. But then there's the second node, which is more like your inner mind. It's like when you visualize things, when you daydream, et cetera, and that is its own Zerfax. That's its own sort of thing. And that, I think what Indy is referring to is the mind that exists sort of outside space and time, because depending upon how good your imagination is, the farther you can cast this node out into sort of Zerfax space. And what I find is really interesting, I think one of the reasons that people have a hard time using their mind's eye is because they're actually using it for something else. So picture this. So you guys are both, sitting in rooms within your house, right? You have walls around you, but because you spend time outdoors, because you spend time outside, you have a clear image in your mind eye of what exists outside of the walls in your room. So let's say, for example, like looking at like Indy's bedroom, I see that there is there's a room that's behind you. In your see, when you look at the wall behind you with like the fish tank and the books and stuff, in your mind's eye, you can see what's behind that bookcase. It's like, I know what's behind that room. And my theory is that one of the reasons why people have a difficult time using their third eye is they're using their third eye for this specific purpose. It's like we use it to navigate spaces that are outside of our peripheral vision. So, for example, like if I'm driving a route to work, I'm riding on the road, but I don't know I can't see what's visually in front of me. But in my mind's eye, I remember where that route is taken. So that mind's eye is then used to navigate extra spaces. Now, what's interesting is when psychedelics are taking place. Let's say you take a psychedelic dose where you kind of forget where you are. But you notice that at the same time where you forget where you are, your mind's eye works better, because now that you're not processing all the objects that are outside of your peripheral vision, now your mind's eye has free space to look into extra dimensional realms, spiritual realities, different timelines, so on and so forth. So that's why I think it's very useful to understand the mind's eye as being external rather than internal, because we use our mind's eye to sort of draw a picture or a map of external reality that exists outside of our Zerfax in order to better navigate and understand where we're going. So I think that if we can kind of learn to find so here's what's interesting though. So I've been learning about this different type of Zerfax. Now, if you go to a physical location that you're not familiar with, but it's also kind of an enclosed corner in a strange place. If you, like, let's say you go to a new person's house, like you go to some friend's house, you've never seen their house before, and they have a doorway that leads to a room you've never been in. From your perspective, anything could exist within that room because there's no mental image of what that room looks like. It then becomes you'll find it'll probably be a lot easier to visualize certain objects and concepts if you're looking within that space. But I think what's going on is that human beings have taken the third eye, and instead of using it for visionary practices, we use it as this kind of utilitarian tool to give us a kind of a fourth dimensional sort of like periscope to help us navigate our surroundings.
I love what you say about what I characterize as the memory. You know, we're using our memory to conceptualize space. And when we free up the RAM, like you're saying, we suddenly have all that freed up memory, which we can reapply. I like to think of the brain as a processor, like a computer, and that we are processing reality and projecting it into the brain. And so the brain has this limited capacity of experiencing reality. However, when we're outside of the body, we don't have that problem of limited space. In fact, it seems we have this ability to exist on multiple places at once and experience multiple paradigms of reality simultaneously. However, when we project back into the body, the memories get fragmented because once again, the CPU's overloaded with all of that sensory potential. And it now needs to be coded into this linear rhythmic frequency of electrical impulses and hormones in order to encapsulate the language of the experience, which is then limited to a very small neural capacity compared to the extra dimensional capacity, which I think is quite interesting. I think it's why ori meaning light, right? And mem being that water. So the water that holds the light. So the light of the sun, the potential electrical force bound by the water that holds the light, which could be considered as like the structure of the cosmic egg, that the divine feminine holds the space for the masculine to be able to move around in, like a little spiral. And here's interesting what it was that Cosmic was saying earlier, and I think it ties in. Not Cosmic, sorry, Indy. You were speaking about meditation and how the meditation brings us closer to that point where we're getting closer to that precipice of manifestation, of recognition, of orientation. Now, I see this point of transition between the circumference and the origin. To me, what meditation seems to do is it seems to bring them closer. It brings the circumference and the origin so close to each other to the point that they become one thing, because they aren't actually separate. I think it's the human consciousness that identifies as being separate, and meditation is that process of allowing the circumference and the center, the origin, to really be one thing. Now, where is the circumference and the origin one thing? That point of origin, the center, and the circumference are one thing in the center within the toric field. So in that toric field where the quantum entanglement chamber is happening, entangling space and time, there is this place, if I can use that word very loosely, where the center is literally everywhere and the circumference is literally nowhere, because the nowhere where the circumference is the everywhere where the sun, where the center is. And so they are so like the same, they're one thing. But that one thing is polarized by the process of the quantum entanglement field becoming polarized in order to form a donut or a toric field. And that toric field then becomes the extension through which these two apparent potentials can operate. So meditation could then be seen as aligning the consciousness with the toric field and recognizing the toric field as being one thing, not two things, not a circumference and an origin, but one original circumference. And that the original circumference is the subtotality of all space and time, and that all space and time exists right now, right here, and that within this point of here, the entire circumference of the whole universe is present, and that one is, in a conceptual term, omniscient, and that omniscience means that the intelligence of the entire universe is omnipresent through the omniscience of recognition of the omnipresence of the universe as an extension of the consciousness field, which is that toric field's mother, if you want to use such an abstract term, although it's not the mother of the toric field, it is the toric field, but it's the intelligence that from which the toric field arises. And possibly what we call a toric field is one way of looking at that very abstract concept that we're talking about. And so meditation could then be the unification between these two seemingly abstract polarities in order for this thing that Cosmic was talking about to come into being, which takes us right back to the novelty. And so this novelty then becomes the potential of a free will. And it sort of relates to something that was being said as well a while ago by this strange name I don't know how to conceptualize or pronounce. When you were saying about how freedom could equate to evil or good, I think from a Rudolf Steiner perspective, freedom relates to Lucifer. And the opposite polarity of freedom relates to Ahriman. And so Ahriman you could think of as that which is corruptible. The father, the big daddy, the big brother that's going to rule over us, that corruptible presence. And Lucifer could be considered as that aspect of freedom, which is going to free us. But too much freedom becomes a problem, and too little freedom, too much structure becomes a problem. So within the field of Ahrimanic potential, we become so controlled and contorted that we lose our ability to be free. And within too much freedom, we lose the ability to appreciate the relevance of structure. And so that sort of fine line of harmony and balance between being free and being controlled. And we don't have to be controlled from the outside, but morality, what is morality? Well, if one is totally free, there is no morality, right? There is no ethics because one's free of all of this. There's a certain amount of sacrifice of freedom in order to take on the concept and wear the garb of morality and to wear the garb of ethics and to recognize that there's cause and effects and what we do affect other people's lives. So we have to limit our actions sometimes. This is what I would like. Oh, hold on. How does what I like affect my neighbor? It's going to have an adverse effect on my neighbor. Perhaps I don't want to have an adverse effect on my neighbor. Maybe I can find a form of freedom for myself that doesn't harm my surroundings. So there is that continual balance between freedom and being chained down. And I think that the devil card represents that really well as a tarot card. The original devil card, if I would, devil tarot, because it sort of represents in a sense that fundamental very, very fundamental potential of this notion of freedom and being enslaved. And I think that there's something to be understood in this, like sort of quite a fairly profound concept that holds so much sort of fundamental information, if I could use that term. And so here we see the divine potential of the fruit, and the fruit of that. And here we see the divine of the will, of the fire. And so the will, and here we see the chains chaining us. And here we see Saturn, Father Time, in a form. We could also relate it to other aspects, of the intelligence that governs and maintains this balance of harmony. And we look at this image and we see this image as being really, really bad, right? That it is, but there is some kind of a realization in this polarity that we are bound by cause and effect, and that the cause, the will, drives an effect. And so every time we use free will, we drive this cycle of energy, cause and effect. And every time we use free will, we are cycling this potential of time. And that this time of cause and effect really has a fairly powerful imprint upon our sort of spiritual body, if we will. And so I think that's interesting. And Bernie, you were asking about cards. So I thought, you know what? Let's do something interesting. Let's just look at the innate for a moment. What we were talking about with the divine feminine. And I thought, let's see what the cards say about these ideas as a conceptual. This is a very unusual way of looking at cards, but I don't really use the cards for reading much. I use them for contemplation of principles and symbology. And symbols are like really a powerful way to interact with concepts and thoughts. So we look at this potential, and this is a run. So there's 3 groups of 3 that I've showed on the Tree of Life. We're going to reflect these 3 concepts here. At the heart, this was at the heart. Yeah, I moved them around when I picked them up. So at the heart here, we have this, what I can relate to the concept of doubt, right? And as the concept of doubt, sitting between a polarity of union of opposites and of potential being brought into extension. So we could see this 8, which is Saturn use of the will. And Saturn's use of the will produces a new chemical wedding. And this chemical wedding has the principle of doubt at its core, meaning that on some level, that devil card is pointing out that there's a doubt behind what we can manifest. Every choice that we make, that element of doubt, I think, is being reflected by Ayin. Sorry, by the devil card, which is Ayin, which is the eye. Interesting, we spoke about the third eye. This is coming right back to this. And the way in which this eye is being bound by these 2 principles, one of the 2, cohesion, structure, bringing together, the other one of the work that it takes, and how we're continually being driven by doubt. And there's a reason for this doubt, because the second run then relates to these 3 principles, which on the one hand represents the tower, Babel, which represents disintegration, the loss of integrity. So this doubt moves in conduit with the loss of integrity. And the use of free will can, by not applying the principles of doubt, to understand that our natural instinct to use of free will can lead us to this point. So this point and the doubt that is the center of the first triad are somehow fundamentally connected. And the fundamental connection of these 2 principles, as it relates to the principle of the work, lots of work, very busy. There's going to be a lot to do. So that every time you use the free will, you're going to have to, you do a lot of work to undo what you've done. This is why the Buddhists speak about no action, I believe, in terms of the spiritual growth mechanism. And here we see the nostalgia, right? the nostalgia of the union that we experience through the use of free will is going to produce a certain kind of an addiction. That addiction is once again what we are talking about when we speak about this concept of this card. This card represents addiction, represents being trapped by the cycles of time, by cause and effect, that is holding us and binding us to the structures of choice, which is free will, which is Luciferian. However, it is being bound by the principle of Ahriman. So we see Lucifer as being the center of the wheel and Ahriman as being the circumference. And that there is this separation between Ahriman and Lucifer, that is this frequency between the two in terms of how this world is being potentially regulated through the human condition. And then these two triads work once again together towards this extension, right? This extension meaning Mars on the one side, that is relating to this principle and this principle, right? Embedding itself within Mars. And Mars is thus to do with ruling of the passions. And so the hard work that we have to do when applying the will of extension of will without doubt, and I'm using doubt as a positive context here, which is a weird idea, thus drives us towards having to find the perfect extension of the passions, which is essentially what this card represents. And this is that principle of Mars, which is that direct passion energy, which is why we've got the red. He's wearing the red of passion. However, he's also got the solar crown of the unity, the masculine force. And if you look in his hand here, we have the scepter of life force, of the Ankh, which represents the causal body in another sense. Ankhs is the name for causal body. Anxiousness comes from the root of that word. Very interesting. Anxious, worry, doubt. There's this connection drawing close here to do with how we can change our causal field and our causal body. And in the other hand, he's holding the sphere. So the center of the wheel on the one side and the circumference on the other side, the sphere, which is to do with being aware of the effects on the circumference by the use of the principle of the center moving towards the. So what kind of novelty do we introduce? These three representing that left hand extension of the two triads. And then here we have the 10 of Pentacles, which is what is gained. This is what is gained personally, our manifestation of applying this chemical wedding, this union that produces the nostalgia. And that nostalgia, which is that attitude of consciousness that manifests, produces that which is manifested in the 10 of Pentacles, which is the structuring of the physical according to the desires of Mars, so that we can obtain the physical reality. And sitting within this, we have the page of coins. And now the page of coins represents earth, the element of earth, but in its native state. In its native state, not in its fulfilled form as the king, or in its dynamic form as the knight, but in its native form, as the page. And so this page, where did I put the page? Did I lose him? Anyway, I showed you the card a moment ago. This page then represents, how do you lose a card right in your hand when you had it? Maybe I dropped it.
Was it the
This
page?
page, there it is. This page represents the earth element as a potential. And you can see he's holding that he's almost entrained by matter. He's almost entrained by matter. He's young. He's so impressionable. This page represents how matter can shape our souls and how we can take back to the causal body what we have done. And this is the cycle of karmic induction happening through the principle of the page. So all of these forces can be done for good or for ill. They can be part of a process of growth towards a direction we wish to grow in, or growth that we wish not to grow in. Bernadine, you're responsible for this. I'm sorry, everybody, that I went off on such a one, but I just thought let's apply an innate reading of the tarot into the innate, as the innate reflects these three triads that we were sort of expressing and defining here when we looked at the tree of life, which is essentially this. And so here we see the first triad of the first three cards, the second triad of the second three cards, and the third triad of the third three cards. And these were the three cards that I was defining here. And those were the three cards that I was defining here. And these were the three of the center. This was the page, if you recall. And this was the tower. And the tower then representing the disintegrity that I was speaking about, which is those two triangles interlocking themselves in what we call the Merkaba. And the Merkaba is represented obviously as the Star of David, as we know it in common terms, English-wise. But yeah, I think I've said a lot, too much. Please jump in, brothers. What are your thoughts?
I liked where you're going. I feel like with the devil, connecting it with doubt and the desires of Mars, that was interesting to hear about that. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of doubt involved with it has a lot to do with the core beliefs, and it has a lot to do with self-limiting beliefs. Now, if you can't imagine a possible scenario for a situation, it might have a lot more to do with your self-limiting beliefs, because you're carrying this doubt. And so any potential idea of hope, you're throwing it right out the window because your doubt's stronger in your mind. It's like, oh no, I know better than this. There's no possible way to even imagine trying to figure this out. It's not going to work. I'm not even going to think about trying it. I'm not going to try it. I'm not going to do it. So I think there's a lot of power to understanding that and knowing that if you can start to try to imagine solutions, you've already started to unprogram your doubts and started to reprogram hope. And that can allow for so much power and self-mastery to be able to overcome the self-limitations that you put on yourself.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, that doubt becomes our undoing. Isn't it interesting? And I think this is what was being referred to as the fear of God in a positive context, even though it generally leads to ruin. Yeah. I mean, it's a sad concept, but I think that's just how this works. I think the very positive thing is a challenging negative thing, and the very negative thing is actually a positive thing that leads down the road to negativity. And I think this is like the yang yin, what it's trying to explain to us, that there's the seed of good in bad, and there's the seed of bad in good. And so there is not going to be a clear definition. We like to think of chaos as bad and order as good, but it's not really like that. Order can be as bad as chaos, and chaos can be as good as order. And somewhere between the two, there's the dance of life. And that dance of life is sort of representing. So it's interesting to look at the negative emotions and the source of the positivity in the negative emotions, and then look at the positive emotions. Like, what's this toxic spirituality? What are your guys' thoughts on toxic spirituality?
Well,
Yeah,
I think it's toxic spirituality.
I think it's a lot like religion. There's a root to it where it was really powerful mysticism. And then there's this cover up where it's don't you like that? We're like that. Come over here. Check this out. It's just like them. And they pull you into, hoodwink you into something where they can just get your money, and you can never really get out of it because they don't give you any tools to do anything with. But it's they use these ultimatums, if you don't do it right, what we say, things ain't going to work out for you after you can't see what's happening anymore. That's why you don't know what's happening, because it doesn't happen here, but it's gonna happen to you. And they make these like silly like ultimatums and things to like fear-based things to keep people under control. And you have to wonder, it's like, are they doing this to try to hoodwink people on purpose, or did people just not fully encapsulate and understand the mysticism and then continue to push the misinformation and disinformation or lack of interpretation that's become a misperception has been pushed forth onto others? Sometimes you could consider that might be what it is, just kind of a blunder and folly being kind of led by people that are unaware, but you have to consider both options. Maybe there's people that are making disorganized religion to hide the occult systems that they're trying to use in secret so that other people can't have the powers of that. There's a lot of possibilities to it.
Here's what I've been thinking, what a lot of this toxic spirituality comes from. And I think it has to do with the fact there's these two concepts and there's a very blurry line in between them. And there's the concept of I am God and we are God. Now, I think what happens is when we have mystical experiences, we have this sense where our individual identity seems to kind of merge into the background. And depending on kind of what kind of person, there's two sort of conclusions one can come from it. Either you come to the conclusion that you are part of this this oneness, you are part of this this greater God, and I don't really have an individual self, or you can become solipsistic and think that you look at the universe like, oh, this is all just my individual dream. Nothing exists outside of me. I am God, and everything I say and every wish is all about me. So you become a kind of demiurge. But I think there's a lot of people in the spiritual community who really experience the latter, but they trick themselves into thinking it's the former. So it's basically like, it's like, oh yeah, you guys are God too. We're all God, but secretly they're thinking, yeah, but I'm really God. I'm telling these people that they're God so they don't catch on to my narcissism, but really I'm the one who's calling the shots here. And I think a lot of people, they get hoodwinked by that, and they think, oh, this person's really one of us. So it's a way for the narcissist to sort of disguise themselves within the kind of the spiritual community by having a somewhat similar experience, but coming to a different conclusion without them telling them. And I think when it comes to narcissistic people is that the common theme is a kind of a pathological lying, not just lying to other people, but also lying to themselves. Like, let's say they did something bad one day. In their mind, they'll rewrite the script to think that they're not at fault whatsoever. And I think with a lot of like cults and stuff, it's like they're actually training people how to lie to themselves. Like one of the things I noticed when, a cult member is brought to a belief or an idea that contradicts the cult, what they'll often do is they'll repeat some kind of mantra to sort of like cast out the doubt, right? But I noticed this is what narcissists and cluster B people do as well. So it's almost like they're taking their psychology and sort of implementing it on other people. Then when other people can't, because they're normal and not narcissistic, they can't conform to it. That's when the cult members start to get angry at the person and they try to excommunicate them or do something bad. But I think that's, kind of why, like, when it comes to understanding enlightenment and spiritual, like here's the thing. If you want to find somebody that you think is genuinely enlightened or spiritually advanced, they're probably not going to tell you that they're enlightened or spiritually advanced. Let me just kind of put it that way. It's like there's a lot of things when it comes to spirituality that one can create the appearance of being spiritual. Look at me. I've got this flowing beard. I've got this robe on. I've got this shaved head. I'm doing all these chants. Whereas I think somebody who actually, just, walks the walk and doesn't just talk the talk, it's not going to be quite as explicit. That you might not even recognize that. Like sometimes I think, some of the wisest people are sort of the normal everyday people that you least expect. It's not the image. And I think what's going on with our culture is that I think when it comes to this toxic spirituality is that people are buying an image of spirituality, a caricature, a sort of a smoke and mirrors facade, it's basically of spirituality rather than something that's more authentic. I don't know if it was C.S. Lewis or one of these other Christian apologetics who said this quote, but the idea is that God creates and the devil imitates. So evil can't really create anything new. It can only create a twisted parody corruption version of something that already exists. So yeah, I guess that's what I would say on toxic spirituality.
Yeah, and I would say that the false spirituality movement is like I call it black sheeple. They're hurting black sheeple because you have these black sheep that appeal to certain things, and they've set it up in such a way that it sounds like stuff that's for people that are into counterculture and they're anti-establishment. But it's like just like the system of organized religion, they have this bait that they want to pull you in with, like, oh, Jesus says to forgive your neighbor. You should be forgiving. And then come in, and then they don't really tell you as much as they should about you can forgive yourself for your mistakes of the past and become anew. You can turn over a new leaf, and you can gain self-mastery for yourself, and the world can see you and do that for themselves, and you can teach other people how to become self-masters. They're not really going that far with it. They're just saying, forgive them, and then they tell you karma's going to get them. So you don't have to do anything. You don't have to worry about yourself. You don't have to say anything to people that do wrong. Just let them do whatever they want to do, and then let karma take care of everything for them. And so with that kind of a misleading lack of guidance, people kind of get sidetracked, and then they get stuck in the system. Now, with false spirituality, there's a similar theme going on where people are starting to learn about the lost matriarchy and the herstory that's been covered up. And so they come up with things like Lord Ashtar Star Commander, who's a mix of Ishtar and Asherah or Asherat, the two goddesses of the ancient matriarchy. And they're making it into a man that's a war god of the aliens. And so it sounds like really appealing, like it's mixing up things that people are familiar with. They're turning it on its head. And so they're making people think, oh, if we just wait on the couch, the mothership will arrive and the aliens are going to save us soon. But we have to first fast and stop eating food and stop drinking water, and we'll end up on the ship. So they tell these people these ridiculous things like, if you just give us $999, we'll give you your genetic code upgrade, and you just put it on your wallet or on your drink, and your genetic codes will upgrade to 12 strains of DNA overnight. Just give us $1,000. So it sounds really cool, but we have amazing ability to analyze DNA right now, and we've never seen anything more than 2 strands of DNA. This is absurd. But there's a possibility there's an energetic component to our DNA, which they're referring to. You just need to be more specific about the reference, if that's what they're really getting at. But I feel like there's a lot of tomfoolery going on with this false New Age stuff going on.
I think you're completely right. And like you say, Cosmic, it's so much of a big deal where you'll see people like wanting, I'll equate it to people going to India and they want to change their name. They want a new name and they want to be this. And it's like, no, I'm not Franklin anymore. I'm now, Paramansa, whatever the name they choose or was chosen for them by somebody else who they empowered to be their name chooser. And now they want to become this new person. And I get the point of there's a point in your spiritual development where you might find that your name is constricting you and your identity that you've been living in is a constriction, and you want to be able to break out of it in order to see some of the chaos, right? In order to appreciate how the chaos is moving in your life, because we don't always see it. And so I can see the use of it, but there is this desire in people to be something they're not. Very much a fundamental reality. And so you'll find this in many of the teachers, right? The so-called teachers of this new age, whatever we want to call it. And they're not interested in doing the work, right? Because the work is hard. to sit and meditate for a long time is hard work, right? Your back gets sore, your knees get sore, your legs get sore, your mind gets sore. Yeah, sure. Meditation takes one to a point of unification of potentials and high escalations of consciousness. But anybody who's practiced meditation will tell you that it's hard work. And it should be. Because nothing that is obtained easily isn't. So people want to have that sort of like, oh, I'm this, but they're not really want to just go and do the hard work. And it's very often the people who do the hard work that are just getting on with it. Like you're saying, Cosmic, like the unexpected people can very often be the people that do the hard work. And they might not make a big deal about it because it's just what they do. And I think that there is this dynamic in the world that we need to identify ourselves. So we need to be part of a fad, don't we? And it's an unconscious behavior. Like, I'm a rocker, or I'm into jazz music, I'm into alternative. So people believe that the clothes we wear identify who we are because we've been trained to think that way. And so the clothes we wear, the image we've got identifies who we are. And it's like really interesting. Like when I stopped shaving, I was young, and people I actually got a lot of bad feedback for it. You know, people used to be like, "What's wrong with you? Like, you're this young guy. Like, what? Why are you like not shaving? Why don't you?" And for me, it was just a personal choice of like, well, it doesn't make sense to shave, right? And it wasn't trendy at all, right? It wasn't trendy. It wasn't cool. It wasn't considered anything. I used to literally have people walk past me on the street and make jokes at me, like younger, like kids and stuff, say, Jesus, Moses, So I was ridiculed for the way I looked. Like, I'm talking about 30 years ago. Yeah. And then suddenly it became trendy. And it was really weird for me to go, oh, this is now becoming trendy. When I was doing it, it was weird. People looked at it like, you're weird. So I had to constantly get the, like, you're weird consciousness shone on me. I got so used to it. Then suddenly I had the young people going, hey, you got a cool look, dude. I was like, oh, I thought I was like, I was being insulted like 5 years ago. Now I'm suddenly hip and I'm cool, you know. And it's like funny how we identify with that in our minds. And I sort of, at that point, it almost started to go to my head a bit, like, oh, I'm hip, I'm cool, yeah. But you know, it's interesting how we become weak to that external praise or insult. And I think this is what drives people to wanting to be part of a group, wanting to identify as, I'm an anthroposophist. I dress like this. I'm normal. I'm this, or I'm a that, or I'm a hippie, or I'm an alternative, or, you know. And I think that this is very much what holds us back from actual experience, because like really the actual experience, none of that really matters. What matters is the work. And the work is really a measure of devotion, of what we call bhakti in India. And the bhakti is really about, like, I equate it to hours, you know, like working hours. Like, what do we put in? How much have we put into the tank? And what we put into the tank is where we've gotten. And it's like really that simple. Like, it's like a motor. You got to feed it fuel. And the more fuel you feed it, the further you keep going until you're getting somewhere. But it doesn't happen quickly. It happens difficultly, slowly, with a lot of sweat. Like a long drive you're on, right? Your neck's going to get sore. Your back's going to get sore in order to get to a destination you think you want to get to. So I think like there's a lot of insight here to toxic spirituality. And I'll put my idea of toxic spirituality relating to that positivity, right? And optimism. Optimism is really powerful. It's powerful for manifesting. But I think the toxic spirituality becomes when we are so obsessed with manifesting all the time that we just want to manifest all these positive things without a thought of, I'll give you an example, manifesting wealth and abundance. Okay, manifesting wealth and abundance. Yes, we have the right to manifest as much wealth and abundance as we want. Okay, so what does that abundance represent? It represents having more than we need. Okay, and that's not toxic? No, it's not toxic. Why should it be toxic? There's an abundance. We can, but if I have more than I need, then what about that other person on the other side of the planet? What have they got? You see, now we're going back to the doubt element. To keep the positive in check, like how much resources is there actually to go around? How is it being distributed? So if I have so much more than I need, then like what does that mean? Does that mean that there have to be more people walking around the streets with less stuff because we're living in a finite physical realm where there's finite resources? So like these ideas, I think, for me, are what I consider and equate to toxic spirituality, where we find that there's this total optimism towards all things, which is great. And I believe optimism it's good to wear optimism on the outside and wear doubt on the inside, from my perspective, and balance the doubt with the optimism, but never allow the doubt to override the optimism. And so keep the optimism moving forward, but be careful how we use the spear, because I see optimism as a spear that can cause things. So I don't know, what do you think about the idea of doubt and optimism as a polarity, Cosmic?
I mean, yeah, it definitely makes sense that they're kind of opposites of each other when it comes to, doubt versus optimism. It's definitely it's a tricky balance, trying to figure out how to get those particular polarities in life working for you, in one way or the other. I think it's just all about, just having kind of like a rational kind of like view of things, because, like one thing I was kind of like pushing back the other day, there's some people who think that, when you're depressed or suffering, you get a more realistic view of reality. I'm like, hold on a second. That's not necessarily true. Because you think about like, people who are depressed or miserable, making bad decisions, joining cults, doing substances they shouldn't be doing, so, and I think that like, yeah, well, when you're when you're suffering, you are more aware of the injustices and sort of the things that are going wrong with the world. But at the same time, you're too irrational from all those negative emotions to really either think clearly or do anything effective. So, I don't know. I guess that's kind of like why you have to learn to have uncertainty work with you rather than against you. Look at that, like look at uncertainty, say like, hey, something cool could happen, versus saying, oh my God, something horrible could happen to me. And I think that's something I kind of like struggle with in my life, is just kind of like being bogged down by the uncertainties and focusing on the bad things that could happen rather than the good things that could happen, and having that, openness. And I guess then my guide Sliz basically kind of tells you like, don't be certain of your uncertainty. Like that's the thing about mystery. It's like, it's this kind of this quality that I've been kind of like, aligning myself with lately in my practice. And I think that like uncertainty is when the unknown is sort of weaponized against us, but mystery is when the unknown works for us. So I think that's kind of like my strategy lately, is kind of let the unknown sort of work to your advantage rather than your disadvantage.
Yeah, I think there's something to that as well, and I think that like it's really about being conscious. And conch, when I think of a conch, it's something that we blow, and we can blow our own horns and be conscious of those things. But the conch I see as being conscious is bringing all those beings towards us. Now I want to delve into the chain of being, the chain of being, the chain of being. And in fact, let me give you an idea of what I mean when I'm talking about the chain of being as a specific concept. And I think there's something to this. I think there's definitely something to this. So here is, to save my voice,
I can't hear the audio. Or can we boost the volume on it?
okay, never mind. I'll just say it. So basically, the idea of the chain of being is this. We are a cosmic extension of beings. And then within our cosmic state of oneness, there is a unity of a multiplicity of life forms that are the construction of our inner landscape and our outer landscape, in the way that our body and the molecules are made out of tiny little beings that operate together in populations to form constructions of tissues, to form constructions of organs, and how these organs interrelate and operate together, all independent beings, to give the construction of what seems to be a unified body, through which all these different aspects of ourselves, different thoughts, different beliefs, different ideas, each a life form within itself, is able to bring extension in a unified form or field that presents the idea of a single consciousness or a single form of identity, what we identify with. I see this as being a construction of a multitude of beings. And so when we breathe, it is by the virtue of the angelic field or of the super mundane field of consciousnesses that are bound through a chain through our consciousness that manifests through this field of extension, which is matter. And I see matter as being a field of extension of consciousness that we are experiencing retrospectively as an echo of the consciousness field. And that the chain of being allows for the breath to flow through us, allows for the vision, allows for all the senses, and that we are truly a magnificent Brahman. And that this form of Haraman, as you would, a construct, a great form of physicality of all the different beings as a single structure, which can get out of balance, is essentially the structure of the chain of being, reflecting that aspect within us, which is a unifying principle of all of the multitude of consciousness. So this basically is a deep sort of shamanic concept that within me, there is every other being. Within me, there is you. Within me, there is every other being in this universe. And I am also within every other being. This is that quantum entangling principle, and that there is this fundamental connection between me and the ant on the table, me and the bird in the sky, and that bird in the sky is a part of me and I'm a part of it. Hence, when I go into a trance and I see the spirit of the jaguar or the spirit of the horse, this is a part of me I'm experiencing. It's not a part outside of myself. It's a part of this cosmic chain of being that has come to guide me and to give me insight and experience about a part of myself which is outside in the universe. There is no part of this universe which is not an extension of me. I am the basis of the structure of the universe. However, I am also an appearance of unity, which is in effect a construct of diversity that is becoming unified through the principle and the 7 principles of Hermes that find its resolution in the polarity being bound into generation, generating what seems to be the singular entity, which is actually a reflection of a multitude, in the same way that our physical bodies consists of tens of trillions of cells, all working together. Seemingly one physical body, but not one physical body. Huge oceans of populations. And the same thing can be seen in our thoughts. Each thought is a living being. And this living being is connected through a chain of living beings that becomes the construct of a mind that seems to be our mind, but is actually a construct of different beings, of thoughts that form thought forms that are constructs, in the same way that the body has tissue, in the same way that different aspects. The memory, the will are different organs of this mind, in the same way that we have different organs within this body of tissue. That is a bound structure of unifying potential, of a nondescript potential of vast proportions of different populations of beings. In that same way, thought, spirit, all aspects of ourselves are essentially, please close the door, I'll come to you, are all the same fundamental structure, and that this causal field that we're experiencing is this reality that we are not what we seem to be. We are not this one body, this one being. And in this process, time and different parallel universes come into play as well. And that we are existing in the past and in the future and in different parallel universes at the same time as we are connected to every other being in this particular incarnation and in every other incarnation, which is why we're able to time shift, which is why we're able to move through parallel universes, because the entire universe is an extension of this cosmic chain of being, which I relate to the chain of life. So that's basically the idea of the chain of being. I don't know. What are your guys' thoughts on that? I'm going to go and say goodnight to my little boy quickly.
All right. I can't help but think about how much this ties in with the Gnostic line of thinking, with the demiurge and the archons trying to push on us the false material world and the limitations of not being aware of our divine spark within. And it kind of strikes me as like we have to kind of choose between getting involved in like indulgences here, or like stepping away into the periphery and into like solitude and like learning how to go within and finding the divine, but not being able to do that like at this point, like in much of a community in the way that civilization is. So it's like a really interesting dynamic there, where like what is your greatest need and push and urge and like soul desire? Do you want to like just be part of the community and like be accepted for who you are, or do you want to be willing to like step away from all that to be able to become one with the divine and be able to transcend this physical plane? So the Gnostics would say that, you know, this is all just a distraction. And in the Vedic line of thinking, in Hinduism, they also suggest that this realm is an illusion. And that ultimately, if we step up higher, that the illusion kind of starts to take away all the separations that we saw here. And as we rise up higher, we start to become integrated ultimately as one Godhead who's having this dream. So I feel like in my vision that I shared earlier, that people are in a mind space on a tree. Maybe that tree is like the mind or the mind of Brahma that's you know, in this cerebral fluid, you know, waving in the currents.
I love that, brother. And I think that's so on point, because the Araman is only one half of the story, and it is a lie in itself. This is why we have the Lucifer. And that individuality is that Luciferian path. And somewhere between the two, there's a balance of a harmony, a recognition that we are one great being that is in a multitude. And at the same, it's a dichotomy of thought that expresses the same truth through two different sets of eyes. Beautifully put, brother. I love it. What are your thoughts, Cosmic?
I don't know. I kind of stopped paying attention for a second there. I guess when it comes to the whole oneness thing, what was I going to say about the not? So I kind of have more of the point of view that essentially what the trap that people are talking about, I think it's kind of, I don't think it's intentional. My point of view is it's more of a kind of just emergent property of this type of dimensional space that we exist in. So I think kind of like what really makes matter work is that, like I talked about earlier, the idea that we're kind of in this sort of
fourth dimensional kind of black centrifuges that kind of compresses things into spheres. I think that, well, with this specific kind of world, it's like that when those things compress, they kind of like freeze into matter. And it's almost kind of like, like you think it's almost like the unconscious aspect of consciousness is what freezes certain aspects of consciousness. So I'll give you, for example, if you think about something like a physical object, like a rock, sort of, for example, it's like, you know, if you had a rock in a dream, in a lucid dream, versus a rock in physical reality, if you took a rock in a lucid dream, you could visualize that rock and turn it into a rabbit or, you know, a bag of chips or something like that. I don't know, any kind of random rock. But in the real world, that can't happen. Now, why is that? It's almost like, I think that because, like, you know, there's a kind of a certain dynamic with consciousness, and there's a certain kind of like blindness that matter has, that kind of like, it doesn't really necessarily receive those mental signals, or it doesn't have the capacity to do so. And thus it, like, that's why mind has a more difficult time sort of shaping and manifesting it in physical reality. And it takes a lot of, you know, training and effort to develop any kind of like psychokinetic, you know, abilities. So I'm not so much like, I guess in some sense, my viewpoint has some parallels with Gnosticism, like on a more technical utilitarian level, but on a more narrative ethical level, it's more scientific. It's less the polemic of, you know, oh, we're trapped by this evil demiurge that intentionally put us here and enslaved us here. Where I look at it more like, oh, this is just, we're in this vast, you know, multi-dimensional, you know, biosphere landscape, and this world just happens to be in a kind of dimensional cave. And that's just kind of the biome we're living in. And maybe in some sense, people who are spiritual or feel that there's this realm is fallen or false, maybe that's not so much an indication that this world is false and an illusion, but maybe it's an indication that your soul has an origin in a different dimension and world entirely, and you're just homesick. Because I think the way I look at it, it's like some people, they look at this world, they're kind of this Gnostic, oh my God, this world is so terrible, or you just, or you're not even just terrible, you just don't fit in. And there's some people, this world just, you know, fits like a glove. They're totally okay with the mundanity of, even on some level, like the limitations of this world. So I think it's just, in a lot of ways, you know, a kind of preference and understanding which part of the sort of the extra dimensional cosmos does your consciousness align with, you know? I guess that's my thoughts on that.
I love that, and I think it's beautifully put. And I agree implicitly. The thing that I found so surprising. Okay, so when I think about gnosis, I think about gnosis is the ability to know, to truly know, inner knowledge. And there's this certain version of Gnosticism that has been popularized by the pop media and the pop cult of the printing press, which I believe is 150% a counterintelligence movement propagation. The same way that the Tibetan Buddhist system is a counterintelligence propagative system, in the way that some of the truths are twisted meanings, my idea, my opinions. And so I came across Gnostic ideas long before these certain popular versions of Gnostic ideas were made popular, and then they imprinted themselves onto Gnosticism to the point where now that's what Gnosticism is, if that makes sense. But I think there are different ways of appreciating Gnosticism, and there are different Gnostic views. And sort of like, if you were to talk about Christianity, and you were to just get all the Christians out of the way, and let's just say the Jehovah's Witnesses. Let's just let them put the Jehovah's Witness on the stage, and they will talk for Christianity. Now, whatever they believe becomes the voice of Christianity. Now, when we speak about Christianity, we're not speaking about what Christians believe. We're talking about what Jehovah's Witnesses believe, because they're a small cult within Christianity. And I think that's what's happened with Gnosticism. A small cult within Gnosticism that had this particular view of Gnosticism. And I believe that that cult wasn't even true Gnosticism. I believe that that was the Sabbatean cult, which were the Frankists, wanting to discredit Gnostic ideology and cosmology because it is the backbone of Christianity. And that was their way of discrediting the principles of Christianity, because they wanted to break down all religions. And the reason they wanted to break down religions was nothing to do with the ideologies of the religion, was merely to take out the morality key. They wanted to remove the morality key, because without removing the morality key, they couldn't make pornography normal, so that most men are addicted to some kind of weird nonsense. They couldn't make drug use normal, right? Medicine. People being addicted to like tablets and alcohol abuse normal. They couldn't make all these things really cool in the media that would just promote sex all the time, so that we go into our mammalian brains and stop using our rational intelligence, so that we could be dumbed down by obsession with sexuality. So I think that like the undermining of what I consider like old, broad spectrum Gnosticism, which has got a whole lot of different ideas within it, they've taken this small little lens of a certain group of people that wanted to own Gnosticism, and they chose to interpret particular texts through their own lens of interpretation and present their perspective of interpretation. And because those people, being connected through the Sabbatean cult, which became Zionism, were in control of all the banks, were in control of all the printing presses, were able to make sure that their versions of the ideologies of Gnosticism were widespread, so that now we speak about Gnosticism in those terms. I think Gnosticism isn't really necessarily like that. I think Gnosticism in its original form is just an understanding of what we could call pantheology, and the roots of pantheology, and where pantheology comes from, and why pantheology is a valid system. And so, in a sense, Gnosticism gives us an insight into what these pantheons are and how they're structured. And Gnosticism also gives us an insight into the fact that the so-called God of the Old Testament wasn't necessarily the good guy, right? The one who was basically telling Abraham, you need to like cut out your son's heart. That's like the way forward. And, you know, like, I want to smell the flesh of this person's heart, because that's incense to me. Whatever being that was, divinity, that doesn't require that necessarily. Like, you know, those kind of sacrifices are not necessarily appropriate for union and the balance of life force to be promoted in terms of harmony. It's a disharmonious act to do that to one's son. So I think that that's an interesting perspective, like when we look at Gnosticism, to start looking deeper and going like, what were the Essenes really believing? And when we look at when you actually take the original texts and the original translations, right? And you look at like the Nag Hammadi scrolls, for example, wow, it's a whole different perspective of Gnosticism. But the interpreted versions that have become popular press, that have been distributed as bestsellers, and everybody's read those books and everybody's spoken about it on YouTube, they all have this one-track idea of Gnosticism, which is quite an interesting concept. Sort of, it's exactly the same as when I was in England and people saw a Muslim person get on the train and they all got scared, because they'd all been trained into believing that all the Muslims basically wanted to do jihad, and that they were all walking around with, like, you know, there to do harm to everybody, because that was the programming that they'd received by the popular press. Instead of realizing that within the Muslim tradition, those people wanting jihad is a very, 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 very tiny minority, and they do not speak for Muslim. But in the West, we were convinced that they spoke for a big majority of Muslim people and that this was a big thing in Muslim. But when you actually go to Muslim countries, you see that's not the truth. I think the same reality is working itself in Gnosticism. And I think they wanted to demonize the Arabic people and the Muslim tradition in the same way that they want to demonize Gnosticism, in the same way that they want to demonize Christianity, so that they can have their religion take the place of all of these ancient religions, the religion of science. I don't know. What do you guys think about that as a concept?
The idea of the religion of science, or the idea, or something. What were you trying to work off of there, Franklin?
Well, that there's a counterintelligent movement that has particularly represented Gnosticism in a particular slant with particular interpretations of texts, which are very much personal opinions that have become the norm, in the same way that the Muslim tradition has been represented in the Western world as being what.
Well, I think that goes back to what I was saying earlier about the blur between the distinction of I am God and we are God. I think that kind of self-indulgent Gnosticism is a prime example of that, where you get that mystical experience where you feel like you're connected with the universe, but then you think every single petty personal desire and feeling is also perfectly in alignment with that being. So it's like, well, if I want to get $500, then God also wants $500. Therefore, I deserve $500. It's that kind of like logic of thinking. Whereas I think what's Gnosis, what's interesting about that is really it's your own individual personal connection with the divine, your own experience, as opposed to having it filtered through a priest, a rabbi, or a monk or whatever.
Yeah, I feel like as far as the slant on Gnosticism, I personally have intuited that the slant may be involved in the fact that it's really been reduced to another form of escapism, where this world can't be fixed. You can't help anyone here. You just need to just wake up and leave this place. And like, it's really hard to get through all the different gates, but you can get the heck out of here. I didn't like that at all. As a Taoist, I'm thinking to myself, man, do I really want to try to push my way upstream here? Like, I'm really going with the flow and we're going back to the ocean. Like, why try to get away from it all, man? Like, to me, I feel like when you can appreciate things here and now, it's going to reflect on wherever you're going next. And if you can't appreciate the things that are here now and you get to another place, you're going to continue to think, what's next? Where can I get to someplace better than this? This isn't that great. What can we have something else better than this? Come on, I've done this before. I know that you can just leap to another better place. Now, if you can think to yourself, okay, there might be better places, but there's some good things here, and you get to another spot, you can start to notice, oh, these are good things that I like here. I wonder what the other places have that could be even more impressive. So it's a different line of thinking when you can be here now and you can appreciate where you're at, as opposed to what's the end goal to my means? What's the journey to my destination? I just want a shortcut where I can just go there real quick. In Taoism, they said that the journey itself is the destination. And so if you're really trying to like escape this realm, I feel like there's a thing in Buddhism called a bodhisattva, where it's said that we are supposed to escape the realm, but then some will actually return to be able to show others how to have the guidance and self-mastery within to be able to go there themselves. And so instead of going ahead and being selfish and just escaping on their own, they've come back to assist and guide others to be able to do that as well before they'll go back up into nirvana and escape reincarnation. I think that there could be something interesting there if there is such a thing as another realm where you could escape to that's better than here. I personally don't really see the value in it myself, and I think it would be better for me if I were to just get there and be impressed and surprised than to have all these high expectations. But it could be a very fascinating place to be, although I feel like it's very important for us to focus here and now on the things that we can do. Things have been pushed away from us so bad that we don't even realize that we consider ourselves not to be an animal from the planet Earth. We're better than animals, and our technology is good. Yeah, it makes things easy for us, and things that are easy are good for like babies and people that are disabled. But like, if we really want to have like the capacity to be able to do things and achieve and be strong and capable, I think sitting around and pressing buttons and having robots do the work and machines do everything for us, and instead of letting our legs walk, just sitting in a chair with wheels that just move, that's not really going to make us capable very much, I don't think. And so I feel like it's time for us to kind of wake up to the fact that we've been babied up and force fed a bottle of not so good formula that's been pushed down our throats. And I think a lot of people are waking up to that right now. But I think there's a big slant in Gnosticism where I had high hopes that it was going to show us about more living in self-mastery, living in self-love, and the oneness of compassion, of breaking down the separation of self with others and knowing that others are an extension of the self. To me, there's so much power in this, that ideas of trying to run away from here to me are like a complaining, whining thing. Like, "If this is no good. I don't like myself here. I just want to go somewhere where things are better." And it's said that in philosophy that it's bad faith to think, once I get there, that's going to be what I want. I haven't seen it yet, but I know it's going to be just right. You have to think it might not even be as good. So, try to enjoy what you have now, and be grateful for that while you got it.
You know
So
what I
that's-
also think is an interesting parallel, because we were talking about Gnosticism and the fact that what I find fascinating is I think that Gnosticism became mainstream and popular culture at pretty much the exact same time simulation theory became popular in Western culture. I think that might be a big catalyst into why we are getting a very specific lens of Gnosticism. Because if you think about it, simulation theory is a kind of like a secular materialist version of Gnosticism, where you don't necessarily have the dream of a demiurge. You have the virtual reality of some kind of an alien or an AI, but functionally it's very similar.
Yeah, I think the difference is very subtle. You could either go from here to a heavenly realm, or you could bring that heavenly realm down to here. And that's the latter rather than the former, is what I really try to seek, is being able to bring the divine into this realm and be able to access that and have a taste of that. Maybe just have a drive that seeks that, whether you achieve it or not. And I feel like that's a beautiful thing. And if we can be able to reach towards, um, I would say, spiritual progress as a collective, I think that's something that could be really in our favor, and it could really help us jump out of this thing where we're playing victim, like, oh, pity me, the government did this to me. Nothing's stopping us from, I mean, there's some laws where you can't capture rain and things like that of the sort, but nothing's really stopping us from being able to take our self-mastery and sovereignty back, to be able to go and do the hard work that it takes to go into deep meditations and develop self-understanding, and go out into the yard and make a little garden and start to plant some seeds, and sow your seeds at the end of the year. Take the time throughout the year of the season to tend to the plants. It's work, but it's very rewarding. And that work, a lot of times when people just find a way to have some kind of machine, you could just have the machine do it, just plug it in. Now, when you're doing this, the machines are doing the work, and you're paying the money to the people who make the machines to take over the world. And you yourself are not being able to, spend the energy that you had instead of the money, to be able to gain the strength that you would be able to build in the tenacity, your stamina. You building peptides in your mind. You're building happiness. You're building probiotics by getting your fingernails in the soil. There's so many things that we lose from being able to press a button with a gasoline machine, and you're creating noise pollution. You're feeding the petroleum industry. You're taking away the piece of the sanctuary that you're in, with the birds are singing. When you can use a hand tool and do things, in peace in nature, it's a beautiful therapeutic experience. And when you're paying the man to be able to make things easier and take shortcuts with gas-powered machines, sometimes you're missing the point of being able to squat down and strengthen your knees and back. Like Americans don't really want to squat down or sweat, but sweating is extremely powerful for us. For men, it'll boost your testosterone, and it releases ketones. It helps your brain power. Burns fat, and squatting is really great for your knees. And Americans have a really bad back and knee problem, and being able to like get down and pray to the east 5 times a day, like the Muslim people do, would be the answer for us. But we don't do anything like that here in America unless you're into yoga or something, which is a growing thing, thank God. So hopefully there's some people out there that are moving to change the way of things.
I think you guys are like dropping the hammer on a lot of this content, and I love how escapism has become the theme. And it makes me think about the polarity between, as Steiner presents it, which Steiner often gives us a really beautiful way of understanding these polarities, between Ahriman, that controlling structure, and Lucifer, that liberating structure, which goes inwards towards spirituality, escaping from physical reality. That's a Luciferian trait. And Ahriman is going into matter, going deeper and deeper and deeper into matter, and becoming obsessed with matter to the denial of the fact that there is an escape. And so these two revolve around denial of escape, or total escapism, denial of where we are. And I think that if we look carefully, this has been fed. This is the core of this disinformation campaign of the counterintelligence systems. They have done this. They went to Christianity. What did they do? They invented this, what do they call it? Where there's this thing going to happen. It's
apocalypse.
They've taken the apocalypse and turned it into something, that there's this escape coming. My son's mother has been bought hook, line, and sinker. What do they call it? The rapture.
The rapture, yeah.
Yeah.
They fed the rapture into Christianity, so that now, if you speak to a lot of Christians now are starting to believe in the rapture. This was like a really fringe concept that had nothing to do with actual Christianity, but it's become absorbed into Christianity. They took the Muslim religion and they fed into it this jihadism, which is this escape from the way the world is, and to break everything down and have this final war that's going to clean it's an escape from the cultural paradigm we're in, trying to popularize this jihad concept in Muslim tradition. Then they took us and they took the New Ages and they gave them the aliens are going to come in their spaceships, right? And they're going to rescue us and take us away to a better world and teach us how to live in harmony and all of this. That's the rapture all over again. The other one is that, like, we are going to ascend, this ascension. There's another one of those escapist. So ascensionism, rapture, the aliens are coming to fetch us, jihad. These are all escapologies. And now the way they presented the gnosis, that's also escapology. Let's look at science. Is science escapology? Science has become escapology in a way. Because
transhumanism, like the whole idea of uploading your consciousness to a robot. So yeah, there is some element of there too.
Exactly. They've presented us with escapology in our science, that we can escape the limitations of this organic body and go into this new way. Like, escapology is being sold on every street corner in one way or another. So let's look at why. So escapology is Luciferianism, right? In its pure form, according to Steiner. And the opposite of that is Ahriman. Now, I used to compete as a fighter. And so I learned to lie with my body language. It's one of the things you learn to do as a fighter. You learn to count your body language very carefully, and you learn to lie with your body language. So you want them expecting a left if you're planning a right. You want them expecting a right if you're planning a left. Right? So you're learning to lie. So if I want to catch you with a right, I want you watching my left hand. So I'm going to strike you with a left, but I'm going to give you a telegraph. Just enough of a telegraph that you saw it. Now, when I come giving you the telegraph for the left, I'm going to hit you with the right. You see? So if I've got you watching my left hand, you can't watch my right hand. If I've got you watching my right hand, you can't watch my left hand. This is like a very coarse breakdown of how it works. But this is how the mind works. So if they've got us all focused on Lucifer, who's watching Ahriman? Now, Ahriman represents this big brother taking control on Earth. Big brother can take control on Earth if we're all looking for an escape. And if we are also obsessed with one escape or another, then we'll go, so what if Ahriman's taking control on Earth? We're going to find an escape, but there is no escape. We're going to be in it. So you can see the reasoning behind the escapology being presented in all these different paradigms. Science, religion, even philosophy starts to reflect this escapology, right? To the point that our thinking is to look so far back to the past, Greek philosophy, to look so far back to the past in other places and not to look here now. Philosophy is supposed to be alive. We're supposed to be looking at our world right now and deeply philosophizing, but instead we're escaping into the past and looking at what other philosophers had to believe and say and basing our ideas based upon their ideas, which isn't really relevant to our right now. So I think that this escapism is really, you guys have dropped the hammer on it. That's really the source of much of the issues that keeps us disconnected from experiencing our divine potential, which is really being able to escape while being here. What a concept. So you don't escape by leaving here, you escape by being here. What a concept, you know? There's nowhere to go. Here is where we're going to, and what are we escaping? We're escaping our own ignorance.
Yes.
By becoming present and conscious and wise. And so there is this.
We can escape programmed lifestyles of transgression that we're being pushed into. Maybe for somebody's profit, maybe because they want us to, be in doom and dismay. But regardless, we can step away from all that here and now and not be victims to this machine. It's a beautiful thing. These lifestyles that we've been pushed into, a lot of us have been pushed into indulgences of like junk food and sitting in front of a screen. I think we're all a bit guilty of that. It's the dopamine thing with the devices or the TV screen is hard to peel away from and go to seeing nature and reading a book. But it's very rewarding if you can do that. When you can do dopamine fasting and take away yourself from the things you're used to doing as an indulgence, it can be really rewarding, and it'll make it that much more enjoying to be able to go back and watch a movie once a week instead of like 3 times a day or something. You know what I mean? Plus there'll be more material to watch as well. So it can be, there's so many blessings in disguise to it if we could have the discipline to be able to do it. And that's one of the hardest things. And oftentimes it'll take a near-death experience or hitting rock bottom in life to be able to be willing to make those changes. And they're subtle changes in a lot of ways, but they're very profound changes as well. So it can take away your comforts in life, your social circles, and put you in a different place. But I think anybody that's done this will know that it's worthwhile. When you're in a place of inner peace, it doesn't matter how many people are in the room with you. It's a much better place to be than living in inner turmoil and blaming others for your issues. So,
Shaman, it's really interesting when you listed off all of those different excuses of, or different examples of people who, want to escape. I can think of like a famous cult for each one of them. I was thinking, well, people who, they wanted to escape this world on a spaceship. That's your Heaven's Gate cult. Those are the people who basically, believe that they were these sort of androgynous beings from another planet, and that they would basically, commit suicide in the Halley Spot comet, and or the rapture, the idea that God is going to come and save us, that David Koresh and the Branch Davidians and their whole thing about, and that whole idea of this kind of push and pull. Because I think what you're talking about is important, is the escapism thing. But I think there's another component to that. There's also a fear mechanism in place. It's not just, oh, this world is bad and I need to escape it. It's that this world is so bad that I have to escape it. Otherwise, this demon monster is going to get me. There's always when it comes to like cults, there's always a villain. There's always an antagonist. There's always a devil that's like the kind of the fear monger that kind of keeps you, locked in place. And when he talks about like, the whole idea of wanting to escape the world, it's because people have defined the world as a prison. And basically their mindset is like, well, I can't fly, I can't date Scarlett Johansson. And because I don't have these things and I can't do these things, therefore this world's a prison, which is, to me, I think it's just like there's a certain narcissism, to that. I kind of like found this interesting kind of Thomas Sowell quote, this philosopher. It related to politics, but I think it also is, relevant to spirituality. And the quote is basically along the line of, if someone is used to preferential treatment, equality seems like oppression in comparison. So if you're somebody who is like a pharaoh, you're sitting on your throne, people are fanning you with palm leaves and hand feeding you grapes. If that same person, that king, went along and lived a normal life like everyone else, from that point of view, they feel like a slave in comparison. They feel like, oh my God, I'm oppressed. I have to work. I have to actually, do the dishes. I have to actually, go around and do things. This is this oppressive, horrible thing. So I think, when it comes to Gnosticism and defining the world as a prison, and that's how they kind of look at when something bad happens, like, oh my God, this is it's a prison. But that belief that it's a prison then creates the greater incentive for escapism. So I think that when it comes to escapism, you have to find, the good within this world. And, when it comes to, like any kind of like extra dimensional travel or astral projection, I think that the motivation for those things should be that of curiosity, not of desperation. I think that makes more sense ultimately.
Absolutely. And I think that this is like, you mentioned prison, and you're saying the word prison, and I'm seeing prize. The word prize. Get your prize on, baby. Get your prize on. So I'm looking at what a prison is. You can only be in a prison when your eyes are on the prize, right? Like, back to the metaphor of competition, like martial arts, for example. I show you an opening. I'm reeling you in like a fish. I show you an opening in my guard. Like, here's my weakness. Exploit it. Now your eyes are on the prize and you come to exploit that weakness, but I've set a trap for you and you're now in my prison. Because you had your eye on the prize that I offered you, I now have you ready for a counter punch or a counter kick or a counter whatever. So, like, it's the psychology of trapping someone has got to do with offering them a prize. Isn't that very interesting? Like the psychology of being trapped. There's got to be a prize that you're going for that puts you in a trap. Like the Bushman.
What that reminds me of? Like, I'm thinking that, I don't know which monkey it was, but there was some kind of test where they would put like a piece of food in this like specific hole, but the food was like bigger than the hole. So the monkey put the hand in the box, but they would not let go of it because they just want that prize, and they would just basically like stay there indefinitely, when they could just, if they just let go of the food, they could easily get away. But because they want that thing so bad, they get trapped. I thought that was relevant. Go on, Shaman.
That's exactly what I was talking about. That's a Khoi San trick, or a trick of the San people or the Khoi people. And they used to do that to find food and water. So they would trap a monkey or a baboon or a creature in this fashion, normally using an anthill. And they would make the hole just big enough for the hand to go in. and they'd leave this creature there for so long. And when they finally freed this creature, right, this creature went straight to the water.
Yeah.
Or straight to the food, the water and the food. So they didn't have to go looking for the water because they could use animals to do it. So it's like, you know, like you say, it's exactly what it is. And it's the exact principles you learn when you're being trained in like if you're a kumite fighter, you exploiting people's weaknesses in the ring. That's the whole point. You want to show them your weakness, so they want to exploit your weakness, and now you use them trying to exploit your weakness to expose their weakness so that you can exploit them. And it's this continual going to and fro of setting traps for each other. And it becomes quite a psychological game, really, like when you really look into like what it is. So, and I think that this is what the counterintelligence is doing on a personal and collective level with all of us, with all of this escapism. They're offering us the prize. There's always a prize behind this escape, right? There's some prize that you can get hold of. And then you trap yourself in a mind trap and you become ineffectual when maybe we are supposed to be paying attention to the laws that are changing, to our rights that are being corroded. Maybe we are supposed to be paying attention to the fact that there are these real changes happening in the world, and we do actually have a real potential to take part in what's going on. But if we're so eyes on the prize far away, we get lost. And I think that this also brings us back to the wheel of life. So the wheel of life, in a sense, when I look at this card, it's explaining these principles of these different cosmic forces that are present within us, right? These 4 directions, 4 elements that you were talking about, cosmic, and how these 4 elements are the fundamental structure of our being. And then there's this, what you called novelty, and what we could define as being trapped in unconscious habits, patterns. And then there's this serpentine movement of the chakra, or the spinning of the potential. And of course there is the famous Vincent's famous Inri, right, on that wheel, representing that this is the tetragrammaton. These are the fundamental 3 principles that manifest as 4 that drive us on the process of change. So when I look at this particular card, it seems to explain to this process of that we're in this process of movement, and that we want to escape from this wheel is what the escapism is all about, right? Because that wheel involves going along the top and going along the bottom. At some point you get ridden on, at some point you ride on. And that's the wheel of life, right? It's not supposed to necessarily be easy, life. But now we're being taught that life is supposed to be easy. Like you were saying, Indy, you got to sweat a little. You got to sweat. You got to experience a bit of hard work. Like people, somebody was trying to say that it was child abuse because I take my little boy up the mountain every day. I was like, no, mate. I want him to learn to experience a bit of hardship. I have to experience a bit of hardship climbing the mountain every day. My ankles are sore. I spend a lot of time with sore feet because it's every day. It's up and down. There's a bit of sweat involved. As my muscles get sore, my joints get sore because it's like, we're pushing ourselves every day. There's no day off. And so there's that sort of continual, like, allowing yourself to sweat a little bit. I think that we are escaping from with technology. There's another form of escape in technology, that we don't have to do anything, that we can just sit down and have everything done for us by computers, have everything done for us by AI, have everything done for us by machines. We don't have to sweat. We don't have to work hard. But there is something in that sweat, something in that hard work, some kind of a fruit that we are denying ourselves. And that denial of that fruit, I think, is what causes us to become lost. And in the process, we're losing touch with the chain of life. We're losing touch with this fundamental realization that we're not alone. We're never alone. You go and live in a cave and you spend a lot of time on your own. First thing you notice is that you're not alone, right? Ori, do you have to do that now, my dog? Please. So I do think that this is like sort of quite onto the point as well that we're sort of looking at here, because when we start to consider the nature of this chain of life, right, and we start looking at it quite deeply, we start to recognize and realize that everything that we're taking responsibility for is bigger than us. But we have to take responsibility nonetheless. There's this dichotomy in all these things. And we want to blame ourselves for a lot of the things that are happening. Like, for example, what are these desires? What are these passions? What are these instincts that move us? Where do these instincts come from? Right? When we start to really look at this. And how does ancestral worship come into this? Why is ancestral worship in the core of our traditional spirituality? Yeah. We've been taught this version of past lives through the linear context of time being a linear structure. When we take the linear structure of time and throw it out the window, suddenly past lives makes a lot more sense. We're existing in a lot of parallel universes right now, and some of those parallel universes are our past. And some of those parallel universes are our future. And in our future ancestral lineage is existing now. And our past ancestral lineage is existing now. And we have the ability to connect with these ancestors now through the consciousness field, because they are part of us, we are part of them. This chain of life connects us. So this whole idea of ancestral worship is really about us becoming aware of the parts of ourselves that's outside of ourselves and inside of ourselves, so that we can start to expand our perspective, and that our consciousness can start to gain more of an insight into the nature of this dome, this reality that we're in. And so this is like why I think ancestral worship has been removed by the counterintelligence movement, right? They called it superstition, didn't they? Where if you think ancestral belief and ancestral practice has been like a core part of many of our spiritual traditions, do we still walk around thinking it's important to have a piece of clothing that belonged to some ancient important person? Do we still think it's important to have like the bones of that person around? Still part of India, still a part of many in South Africa, African culture. And I think that they've sort of trying to distill and strip everything from us that makes us aware of this chain of life. Because when we're aware of this chain of life, we realize there's nowhere to escape to, because we are part of the same structure everywhere. And what's happening here is happening everywhere else. And what's happening everywhere else is happening here on some level. And so the continuity of the universe is expressed through the field of consciousness, and that is what we share. And since that is what we share, that is the etheric place, consciousness. So I think like this is really like fundamental to like grasping this escapist agenda that's been presented to us. And what can we do about this? What do you guys think? What's the most powerful action we can take?
I think we could start by just doing little things. Start small, start little. Have like a little garden at home where you can start some herbs or some little crop that you can do. And if you already have that, bring it to the next level. Maybe you could like farm like mushrooms indoors, or like you could start doing flowers too. Or maybe if that's not in your thing, a repertoire of stuff, like, do your whatever's your thing. Start doing some more arts and crafts and sell little knickknacks at the farmer's market or the flea market, or have a yard sale, or just go around and maybe like trade stuff with your neighbors, people out in the community and stuff. Put up a little table and like a little barter table or something. And, you know, little things like that can help you get connected to the community and see the value of barter trade and the value of cottage industries, like creating your own things at home. It's a beautiful life. You know, when we are sitting here being fed these things that are made elsewhere, we're like, oh, that looks cool to me. You know, it's very different than I made this. You know, and somebody else is like, oh, I made this. And you're saying to yourself, and you're telling people, I met the person who made this. I can, you know, tell you where they're at, or they're interested in these kind of things if you do that. And so it's a whole different world, and it's very dynamic. It's very interesting because one man's trash is another man's treasure, and people think, oh, I don't need these. I have so many. And you'll think, oh, I'm the same thing for me for these. And so you're getting just the things you need that other people don't really need too much, and that, you know, that would expire over time. They would have an excess of. So it really works out quite well, and it's almost as if that's the way things are meant to be, to me.
You know, Franklin, when you were talking about all these different forms of escapism, I think one common theme with all these is that it's going to take us somewhere that's perfect. I think that one of the issues here is that we've been so hoodwinked with this idea of perfection, this idea of something being absolutely perfect, totally flawless, you know, nothing wrong whatsoever. Like it's just a ridiculous, you know, concept if you really take a few seconds to actually think about it, because it's like, you know, even if you come up with something perfect, you can come up with something better, you know. And I think that with this need for perfection rather than allowing for things to be imperfect, I think that's another big catalyst in regards to pushing people towards escapism as well, because they see things, oh, things aren't totally perfect. I want something that's, you know, absolutely perfect and just no flaws, no pain, nothing whatsoever, not realizing that sometimes, you know, a little bit of pain is kind of what makes the pleasure a little bit better. I mean, think about like how much more delicious your favorite meal is when you're actually legitimately hungry that day, as opposed to, you know, already eating a lot of food. If you've eaten a lot of food and you eat, you know, some kind of meal, you're not going to appreciate that. If you were, you know, if you're starving, you'd be like, oh my God, this is the best meal I've ever had. So I think that maybe things have gotten too easy, and we're at that point where it's like things are almost perfect, but we haven't quite get there. It's like we gotten things to be 99% perfect, but that 1%, we just can't get that last 1%. And you're just going all the way to kind of fight and try to get there. But, you know, I think really it's about learning to accept that this world is imperfect and, you know, not get hopeless about that. Because I think that's kind of part of the problem too, is that, you know, when you start to see things as kind of imperfect, you know, you at first think, oh, well, you know, things don't necessarily have meaning. You know, maybe it's not as, you know, transcendental as I thought. But then you have to think about yourself, who you are as a person. And you start to realize that you are, you know, imperfect and you're okay with that. But then I thought to myself, you know, people always want to say God is some kind of perfect being. But, you know, I'm strangely more comforted by the idea that God's imperfect. And the reason for that is because I feel like a being that is flawed will actually have a better capacity to empathize with other beings that are flawed, because it looks like that. It's not as judgmental, because it's like, oh, I see you as being flawed and I can relate to that and I understand. And I think that's why the Old Testament God is so angry, because remember, whatever you think about the Old Testament God, the idea is that Jehovah believed he was this perfect, you know, all-knowing being. And I think one of the reasons like why he was so wrathful was that God was not able to relate to what it was like to being imperfect. So it's like, well, what are these people doing? They're doing all this sin and all these terrible things. Well, it's so obviously wrong, because if you were perfect like me, you would see that things are totally imperfect. He gets angry and frustrated. Whereas I think that, I mean, obviously this is not like, you know, what most mainstream Christians, well, they'll tell me this is probably wrong, but I don't really care. When I think about the biblical story, my interpretation of that is basically you have this Old Testament God who thinks of himself as perfect. And then he sees these humans, they're making mistakes, they're doing all these bad things, and God gets all angry and pissed off.
until one day he decides to come into earth as Jesus Christ. And then he starts to learn what it's like to be limited, and he starts to learn what it's like to actually suffer and deal with the human condition. And then when he comes back out of it, I think you notice that in the Old Testament, the vibe of the narrative changes. Now God's a lot more loving, a lot more forgiving, because in a sense, God essentially understood what it was like to be imperfect. And that's kind of like part of his, learning and understanding. So I think that when you look at the world as imperfect, I think the other benefit to seeing God as being imperfect is that you don't resent God as much. You don't have this anger when things go wrong. Instead of looking at it as like, oh, God is this perfect being, but he's just refusing to give me what he wants. And because he's a jerk, and, but he could give me, because I think that's the thing with perfect God, is it creates this expectation that you should be able to give a perfect life for me. But when I look at it as a perfect God, I look at it more like, a parent that's really trying hard to provide what's best for their kid. They're not necessarily able to do it perfectly. They make mistakes, but they feel bad about it along the way. And then in a weird way, you start to have empathy for God, because you realize like, oh man, what a difficult, set of tasks that God has to deal with. And like, think about how difficult it would be to be a being that's like, all these beings are suffering, and you can't necessarily help all of them, and how horrible that would feeling. So, Christians always talk about like, will God be able to forgive you? And I think, no, the real question you should ask yourself spiritually is, can you forgive God for all the trials and tribulations that you've gone through in your life? And being able to forgive God for their imperfection, then that's what really sets you free, because then you realize there's a greater sense of empathy for that. Whereas if God is perfect, you're just like, come on, man, you're perfect. You should be able to get me all the things I want. What's the big deal? I don't understand why there's that. But then you because I had that realization. I remember like talking to one of these, spiritual gods or whatever, or the goddess I worship or whatever, work with. And she was basically like, it's like, Cosmic, I got to tell you, I'm not a completely perfect being. And, because in a way, it's almost like these, I guess another way you could look at it, it's almost like these gods kind of like tell us that they're perfect to make us feel more at ease, in the same way when you're, let's say you got a kid and you're in some kind of like scary situation, you may kind of like try to like, play it off like, oh, daddy's got this under control, parents got it different, when you yourself might have doubts, but you say that to your kid anyway to give them sense of security and assurance. And I kind of wonder, like, maybe the gods are kind of like that too. Like they are these powerful beings, but they are finite, but have good intentions. And they kind of tell us that they're all powerful and all knowing as a way to kind of keep us at ease, when the reality is it's kind of like, we're in this vast, incomprehensible mystery of a universe. And a lot of these gods are just, they're working with what they have. So I think in that sense, you can kind of like, forgive them, because like, you put yourself in that, the position of that. Let's say, you're God, you're trying to do the best you can. You're trying to, help out the people, and they're still complaining at you, and they're cursing your name out, and they're doing all these terrible things. And, people, you want to help people out who are suffering, but they don't believe you. And then there's nothing you can do to help them. And you got to think, it's like people, you talk about, God having empathy and love, but maybe in that sense, we should have empathy and love for God, him or herself, because I'm thinking about the burden that they've got to deal with,
I think you're right. When you start to deify perfection, you start to try and identify with being perfect. And we're constantly going to make mistakes, aren't we? So what happens when we're not perfect? I think that's the dilemma, isn't it? And then we start to identify with being more perfect than what we are. And isn't that the road towards narcissism? Isn't that what defines a narcissist? That they believe that they're perfect?
it's not so much that they're perfect, but that they believe they're the main character of the story of the universe. They could be someone who's perfect, or they could be something imperfect, but the idea is everything, they're the center of everything. Everything revolves around them.
Absolutely.
So you are
but I
partly
don't think
right.
they make mistakes. I think whatever they do was the right choice, was the perfect option. So, example, if they're doing something to hurt another human being, it's because that human being forced them to do it. It's not them. They're not making the mistake. They're just giving the other person that. You see what I'm getting at? Yeah, like it's I think it's like it's part of what drives us to sociopathy and narcissism is when we sort of identify with being perfect. And when you are perfect, you are the center of the universe, right? But you can be the center of the universe without being perfect. Then if you're just the center of the universe without being perfect, then you are still open to the possibility that you're not always right. Does that make sense? But when you're always right and you're always perfect and you always made the right choice and everybody else made the wrong choice, right? Because there's a lot of mistakes being made, and my mistakes must have been him. It was her that made this mistake, wasn't me. So I've got to now blame her. I've got to force him or her to take responsibility for my mistakes so that I can pretend that I didn't make one. I think that sort of defines the narcissistic headspace. Why narcissists hurt other people is so that other people can take responsibility. And so this is like quite an interesting concept. Like we talk about this perfect Godhead. Now we have to take responsibility for God's mistakes. What do you guys think about that as a concept? Taking responsibility for God's mistakes.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that was like a new thing. Because a lot of the stuff that's involved with organized religion, to me, like, is almost laughable when it doesn't really line up with the doctrines and stuff. Like, particularly like eternal damnation. Like, it's the whole thing is like you need to be saved from that, and that's like hell is not ever mentioned in the Bible, and people say like, oh, the lake of fire is though, and that's like what they're talking about because it's kind of like that there. But like, the lake of fire was actually a place, Gehenna, in Jerusalem, where they would burn the trash.
That's right.
And so, like, you could like maybe make that analogy, but like, I think it's pretty clear to me that like it's a place of disdain. Like, you could be like, your life would be like living there. Or you'd be like, a dumpster fire walking or something, like, pretty much, if you continue on with your transgressive ways. But like, you can repent and change your ways and then not be like that, right? And then in this life transform and bring heaven to earth. I feel like that's what they were really getting at. And to be able to cover that up, it was so much easier to say, oh, that's another place. And a lot of this really reverts back to the fact that it's all about something that's going to come later. It's like, do this now, and then later there's going to be this reward. Like you were mentioning earlier, Franklin. And I could see where they might have started really innocent with that. Like, tomorrow, I'll give you something good. Just today, like, behave. You know what I mean? But then eventually it's like, when you die, I swear, you're going to get it real good. I promise you that. Just do everything I say for the rest of your life. This is a bad place anyways. The next place is better. And so it sounds really good,
We do that with our kids.
Yeah.
If you do this and you do well, we're going to reward you.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
I do it with my son all the time.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
And so
to try and like if you do this well and you do your schoolwork well and you do this well, then I'm going to give you this reward or that reward, and you get to play a game today. Like I was going to let him play the Xbox today, and I couldn't. I hope my Xbox isn't funny, but the graphics was doing weird stuff. Like it wasn't calibrating. It was going into like It wasn't going into proper like graphics because I got like a 2K TV, so it should be like. I was trying to fix it, and I was like, okay, you have to play Minecraft. And I gave him a tablet. And so he got rewarded for playing games because he was doing who's doing well, you know. And I think that this is something that is used to train. It's like training. Like I do that with him so that I can teach him and I can train him. So we were being like trained like kids.
Yeah. We passed that down.
She said,
Like as a concept.
yeah.
So I was really going to try and keep the show to the 4-hour window, trying to bring it into that 4-hour window. Let's see if we can. Well, what are you guys' last thoughts or last directions or ideas? We don't have to be hell bent on keeping it within the 4 hours, but what are your thoughts that we haven't covered yet with relation to this discussion? And anybody in the chat as well, let us know if there's specific bits that we haven't.
Well, I think if we can use like patience and determination, which is like a rare virtue these days sometimes, we can transcend the enticements for like instant gratification, because a lot of people want to do everything, in the sense where they can get something big now and then work towards paying it off later. When you don't have as much motivation, you're not really getting anything at that point for all your work. You're paying off something you already got. So it's a different lifestyle where you can have patience and determination to take the time to be determined to have the reward that comes later. And then when you get that reward, you'll be more grateful to have it potentially, and then store and save for later and stuff, and work towards continually having more abundance coming. But that's a difficult practice. And then if you could have discernment and contentment, in the sense that when somebody tells you that if you do what I say and I'll give you twice as much as you normally get in a day or something, then things can work out. And then later, the reward comes much later in time and becomes less and less, or potentially more and more, but you have to wait longer, or whatever's going on. It's easier for somebody to be led astray with that line of thinking, instead of being able to do your own thing, be able to offer others the abundance that you'd be able to create, instead of being tricked into being somebody else's servant. Also, if somebody says, if you come back later, you can get like twice as much over here at this orchard, and it turns out to actually be half as much, but you never really realized it. People will trick us and do things, but we have to have discernment to be able to understand what's going on and be content with what we have, instead of doing what everybody says might be better sometimes. Someone might have heard the story of the old man and the donkey and the kid.
I guess maybe one kind of closing point is something that I've been an idea that I've been thinking about lately, and that is the idea of a kind of a primordial pre-linguistic self. Because I was thinking the other day, I've been thinking lately about feral children, these kids who are basically raised by wolves, lived out in the wild, and they don't really develop any language skills. They don't really know how to walk. But what's fascinating me about that is language is really the only thing that separates humanity from being humans and animals. Without that language, programming, that we would essentially be no different than the animals. But this makes me think that there must be some kind of pre-linguistic self that is more aligned with the natural world, and that a lot of our personality and who we are, our thoughts and perception, are shaped by the language around us, to the extent at which that when we feel that the language in our brain is gone, the self is gone, that we've so identified with the linguistic aspect of our mind that when our mind is silenced, there's really no self there. But if you start to see the self existing in more of this emotional, biological, primordial kind of way, this pre-linguistic self, you start to get a different perception on kind of who you are and your sort of relationship with culture, and how much of it is not really even like bound by the physical. It's a kind of like a weird magical sort of like act, if you will. Like, I mean, thinking about like, putting on clothes, for example, it's like you're kind of like, it's like almost like you're putting language on your body. You're taking culture and sort of like immersing yourself in it to the point where you feel like, you're not yourself when you take your clothes off. That's why a lot of people get embarrassed, because they've so identified with the clothes that they wear that they don't really identify with the animal within. And I think with a lot of escapism, it is sort of escaping that, animal self, that part of us that is more, that, I mean, truly more or less is an ape, but we like to pretend that we're somehow different or distinct because we have language, because we have clothes, because we build things, when the reality is that thing is still there. That part of us is still existed. It never died. It's just encapsulated by all these sort of cultural layers within. Maybe that can be a topic for another discussion, but I know this is wrapping up. But that's kind of like what I want to think about, and how it's kind of related to nature and the chain of life.
I love that, brother. I like that. It makes me think about the Naked Man show that's coming. The Naked Man show won't have specific topics. The topic will be the emotional condition, and exactly what Cosmic just said is the epitome of what it's about. It's that non-verbal self, that non-defined self, that non-projected ideology of, I'm this kind of clothes, I'm this kind of this, I'm this kind of this, I'm this. Like when you're naked, you feel vulnerable. There's something quite powerful about feeling vulnerable like that. There's something quite organic about that feeling of just freeness, which I think in itself, is something that we all sort of strive towards, but we have to sort of learn to rein it in with balance and harmony so that we can be free in the most positive of ways, like not be free to get arrested because of nakedness, right? Because that's how free you can be. Like you can be so free you get arrested. I got freely arrested through my nudity, but I do think that that's beautifully put, and I do think that is somehow fundamental to the chain of life. That non-verbal identity, and how much of what we think we are is what we've been programmed. And so neural linguistic programming is essentially what we're talking about here. How much of the identity is neuro linguistic programming? And this is something that I've noticed. This is the core of shamanism, is entering into the meditation of rhythm to the point where everything else falls away. And you could be a horse running, you could be a bird flying, you could be the ocean rolling with waves. You fall into that rhythm where there's nothing but this pulse, the heartbeat of the universe. And it's a very non-verbal place to be, which is interesting. When we are becoming non-verbal, we tend, my takeaway from that, and I don't know what you think of this, Cosmic, when we become truly non-verbal, the entire universe that we think we're in dissolves away. How's that for a concept?
Well, I in my system is that when you basically take your clothes off, you enter a different Surfax channel, is the idea, because now you're more kind of, there's nothing distinguishing your organic form from the trees and the forest around you, because you're all just organic material, and then you kind of just become one with the ecosystem. Whereas when we wear clothes, we kind of enter a different consciousness space, one that's of society, because society dictates what clothes we are. Because we wear clothes, we then become, in the same way that we become biologically interconnected with plants and trees and forests and oceans and so forth. When we wear clothes, we then become interconnected with the cultural landscape, the culture of cities and towns and governments, and then those clothes, then we become enmeshed within that organic structure, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I think that's a brilliant place to let us rest. Unless there's any more ideas that you guys want to say.
I think that's good for now for me.
Well, thank you, brothers. It's been absolutely wonderful discussion, as always. And an honor. Wonderful ideas, lots of concepts rolling off the tongue. I like what you said about another discussion rolled around the specifics. I'm going to go and listen to what you said more closely and like really meditate on it. Cosmic, what you were saying just a few minutes ago. And thank you to everybody in the chat. Thank you for being part of this conversation. Thank you for sharing your ideas, your impression, and inspiring us with what's being said in the chat to inspire the conversation. Hope you guys all got what you came for. Hope you enjoyed the conversation. Thank you for your support. It means a lot to us. Enjoy the day. Enjoy the weekend. Enjoy what's left of the week. It's been a very powerful lunar eclipse in the sign of Virgo. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, yeah, Indy. That lunar eclipse with the moon, full moon in Virgo, blood moon. Virgo obviously relating to learning, emotional constraints being purified by the Virgin, and looking at the structures that we've been sort of embedded within emotionally and the lessons that we've embraced in the previous times. This has all been stripped away to an extent. So it's been a very powerful time for reintegration. And on the tail end of two very powerful constellations in terms of alignments of the planets, and a third one just over a month ago. So there's been like a very busy sky, very busy emotional time to be. And sending you all so much love, peace, honor, and respect. Om Shanti.
Blessed be.
Take it easy.
Much love.